So finish the mala that you're on. Om Mani Padme Hum. And so we can now do the actual prayer. Let's do it 5 times. And we can read it slowly to begin and end with. Okay. May all the diseases that sadden the mind, temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha, spirits, illnesses, and the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life be slaughtered. Separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 464 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so we can feel strongly that all sentient beings in the 10 directions have been completely purified and that they've attained all the realizations. And Guru Chenrezig, who is on the crown of each and every sentient being, melts into light and dissolves through their crown, whereby their body, speech, and mind become inseparably one with Guru Chenrezig's holy body, speech, and mind. And so we can rejoice at having come together for this last half hour to do our small part, to be able to be of benefit and service to all sentient beings. And just go down to the dedication prayers. Okay, so just quickly we'll do some of these dedication prayers. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the Sujuru's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honoring the three rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Okay, thank you for sharing this time together.
Hello, thank you.
Hi, Venerable.
Hello.
Thank you, nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you. How are you?
Pretty well, thank you. Holding up great in Pamaya in Italy.
Oh, great, okay. Yeah,
Yes,
it's a
very wonderful.
full day of activities. It's nice.
Yeah, amazing. Okay, all the very best, Venerable. You're
Yes,
keeping
you.
well in France?
Everything is just fine at Nalanda. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, just nice people.
Perfect.
Activities, teachers, plays, food, everything.
We are the fortunate, aren't we?
Yeah, it's a paradise, you know, it's really paradise.
Yeah.
Hidden
Strong
paradise.
merit. Exactly. Pure lands.
Pure lands. And yeah, you know, it's surprising people are not, you know, queuing up and buses of tourists coming here, you know, to see the Pure Land. They don't. They are very well protected, you know, in a way. It's cool. Okay, see you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye to Pamaya.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao. So we have this precious human life, and one of the benefits of that is that every moment of it can be made meaningful, isn't it? So that's what we are doing. We're trying to make it meaningful by following Guru's advice, because, you know, he sees. We don't see, but he sees. He sees what's the most beneficial in every situation for all of us, everyone out there. So when he says this is the most beneficial practice, then this is the most beneficial practice for us to do. So we lead all sentient beings in taking refuge. You know, all sentient beings surrounded us. The Guru Buddha in front, in the form of Chenrezig, full of compassion, wisdom, power. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, to the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, or infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Yeah, and then Om Mani Padme Hum mantra from the heart of Guru Chenrezig in front. Streams of nectar pour down on us and all sentient beings surrounded us, behind us, the left and right and in front, everywhere. All sentient beings in human form, drinking the nectar of the mantra, the transcendent wisdom nectar, coming from the Guru's heart and purifying us of all the diseases and ailments and obscurations, and all that which obscures us. Om Mani Padme Hum. Are we receiving everything we wish for? Everything in the world and beyond, and especially the sublime realizations. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. So you visualize that all sentient beings have been completely purified of all the ailments and developed all good qualities. Can complete in qualities like Buddha Chenrezig, as Buddha Chenrezig, in the form of Chenrezig. Attain his holy mind and all the qualities, and then able to engage in all the activities of an enlightened being, Chenrezig. But that's just a dream. It didn't happen in actuality. Some more effort will be required. So we dedicate all the merits we have created and will create ourselves and others. So it happens in very near future. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by 80,000 class 70 fears, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have reliance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus of the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And second round of the same. All sentient beings, my mothers, on infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. These words are filled with meaning, heavy with meaning. Let's reflect as we recite on the meaning of the whole path of what actually Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha are, what they mean, especially what they mean to us. And we take refuge with deep, profound faith, intense, turning our minds and hopes towards them. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from the karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the Maravyama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 clouds and interferes, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have reliance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus of the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, the brothers and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the anti-clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Yeah, if only they did, that would be wonderful. Yeah. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the anti-clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, on infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, and we inspire them to do so. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, the Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the anti-clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum. While reciting the mantra of compassion, Buddha Chenrezig, we meditate on the methods and wisdom on the whole path to enlightenment, all the causes, and what they bring if we attend to them. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Enlightenment is the effect of its causes. We want the result, need to create the causes. It's very simple. Om Mani Padme Hum. We create the causes, we get the result. It's very simple. We had the Gurus who showed us the right causes, told us about them, guide us in accomplishing them, creating them. So no way we miss the result, isn't it? Well, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om So, Om Mani Padme Hum for all those who are with us or who are not with us, who are helping us or who are harming us, everybody, all those who don't care about us whatsoever, for all of them we do this practice. Doesn't matter if they care for us or not, we care for them. We care about them. We do everything that we can for them to be happy. Really happy. Purely happy. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings to result from the karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have reliance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus of the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Did you pay attention? Can dedicate the same once more? Same prayers, why not? May all the diseases that send the minds of sentient beings to result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Nowhere, ever again. Stop creating the causes. Prevent the causes from ripening. How? By practicing Dharma, doing purification practice, accumulation, have faith. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by 80,000 claws of interferers, the 360 of spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have endurance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and being. So we are able to practice Dharma day and night. Every moment can be made meaningful of this precious human life. So may nothing hinder us. Maybe you have balanced body and mind, so we can just engage day and night in the Dharma practice, making use of this precious human life, best of our ability, using our potential. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. They will be fulfilled. Hello, Jampa. How is life?
Hello. Thank you, Venerable. You're in Rwanda.
I'm at Nalanda, yeah. Cool, it's a great place to be.
Oh, it's beautiful. I visited Nalanda 2 years ago. It was wonderful. So, yeah, thank you so much. I'm here at Sichenling in San Francisco. So,
okay, great. Nice place, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we're very happy. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I didn't know if you were quite finished with the session. It was lovely. So
I was
love
finished.
the presentation. Okay. Okay. Well, happy day of miracles. It's a
Yeah.
great way to start. You're ahead of
Yeah.
us. For us, it's early morning. So
I see. Okay.
yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Whole day.
Yeah, we have, it's hard now. Well, everything's virtual, but everything's online, but still we're doing. So I enjoyed what you said about having, these bodhicitta actions just arise spontaneously and aspiring to that. So it makes me very happy to start the day like that. So,
All right. Yeah.
okay. Thank you.
See you. See you.
Bye. Take care. So welcome everyone to the 8:30 session of the Thangtong Gyalpo, the prayerathon, basically, this prayer liberating Sakya from disease. And as I mentioned, my name is Japachutso, or Carol, and I'm in San Francisco. So wherever you are, I send you greetings and enjoy it being able to do this on this 15th day of the Tibetan New Year. So it's the last day of Losar, and these are really particularly auspicious for practice because they're multiplying days. The merit is multiplied. I believe Lama Zopa Rinpoche has determined like 100 million times. So it's a very good day for us to do practice and to keep our mind, turn our minds toward the Dharma. So before we get started, let's just take a moment to set our motivation and to quiet our minds. I personally have just arrived. I'm at Chenrezig, which I don't have the pleasure of being at the center very often. So this is also special for me and special to be doing this practice at Chenrezig. So let's just begin turning our thoughts just to the breath. Gently watching the breath, making sure the body's relaxed. We hold a lot of tension in our shoulders, our necks, our jaw. So just relax these parts of your body. If you want, you can do a little mental scan going from the crown of your head down to your feet. And just as you bring your attention to each area of your body, just feel the body relax. So as I said, relaxing your jaw, the corners of your eyes, your neck, your shoulders. Just taking a breath, and as you exhale, relax your torso, your diaphragm. And just feel your body planted, either if you're on a chair, just kind of planted and stable on that chair. If you're on a cushion, the same. Just feeling very supported. Take a moment to check your spine and make sure that it's straight but not stiff. You can imagine it's like a stack of coins. So and then just feeling your hips, your thighs, your knees relaxed. It's good to have your feet planted on the floor, just sitting comfortably on the floor, not sitting on the floor, but if you're on a chair, having your feet on the floor. If you're on a cushion, just make sure that your crossed legs, your ankles are comfortable, that there's no tension there. And then just again, turn the attention to the breath. Just breathing in, breathing out. Just at a comfortable pace. Just gently resting the attention there, being aware of that breath. In, out. In, out. Now that we've had a chance to quiet the mind a bit, let's turn our thoughts to our motivation. Because motivation determines so much of the outcome of our actions. So important to take the time to check up on our motivation, to set the best motivation. And the Buddha has taught that this highest motivation is this wish to attain enlightenment, to benefit all beings. So it's this motivation of bodhicitta. And for most of us, at least for me, for sure, right now, that's a motivation that takes some effort. It becomes a wishing motivation. It doesn't arise spontaneously. But with practice, with really remembering bodhicitta, checking up on our motivation all the time, we create the causes to realize spontaneous bodhicitta, to be at a point where this motivation drives everything we do. So just thinking about that, how wonderful that would be. And just letting that thought rest in our hearts. And adopting that as our motivation now to really make every single thought, word, and action directed toward achieving enlightenment to benefit all beings. So now, let's begin by reading the motivation that's part of this Thangtong Gyalpo prayer. Again, with this thought of bodhicitta, this motivation that we've just brought to mind, resting in our hearts. So, all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So just resting in this thought. Imagine yourself seated in a kind of a meadow, a pleasant place. And imagine that you're surrounded, or you're sitting there in a big circle with all beings, all in human form. And imagine this circle kind of extends out to the horizons, and everyone's quite peaceful, harmonious. And in the center, the level of your crown, or above your crown, is Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. And just imagine this embodiment of compassion. Chenrezig is a being just radiating white light, just looking kindly, at all beings, just emanating this pure compassion for all. And try to keep this thought in mind, this visualization, as we recite Chenrezig's mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. And just think that as we're all sitting here, just quietly receiving this compassion of Chenrezig through, we can visualize this compassion as rays of white light, nectar just emanating from the holy body of Chenrezig. Just imagine being filled with this total compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, 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 oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, 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 oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, 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 oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, 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 oh, Mani Padme. So just remember as we're reciting this mantra that compassion is the wish to eliminate suffering. So receiving this compassion from Chenrezig is eliminating our suffering, the suffering of all beings. It's this wish to free all beings from suffering. So just feel your body filling with this compassion, this compassionate energy, a strong wish. Just thinking that we and all beings in receiving this compassion are just freed from suffering. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme, 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 Om. So just imagine your body completely filled with this compassionate energy, this wish to relieve suffering, and feel your body, feel yourself freed from the nature of suffering, from the suffering of this moment. Feel that all sentient beings surrounding us have received this same compassionate energy, completely relieved of all sufferings. So with this in mind, let's reflect on this actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So on this third repetition, let's just really take this to heart. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, not such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just rejoicing in having had this time, to do this meditation, this prayer, reflecting on really trying to generate this bodhicitta attitude. Let's finish with some dedication prayers. So may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. So remembering emptiness, that all things, nothing exists inherently. And then this prayer for the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are. May they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. So I'm just thinking about the COVID situation, all of the suffering going on in connection with it, whether it's physical, mental, financial, just bringing that to mind and offering this prayer. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood and the fire may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. So let's go down. Let's do this prayer, and then we'll do the long life prayers. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. So let's seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. So the prayer for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So just taking all of these thoughts, these dedications to heart, and finishing with our own just thought to dedicate every bit of merit, to rejoice in having been here, to dedicate all of this merit that we might attain enlightenment to benefit all sentient beings. So thank you so much. And I hope you have.
I am Agatha.
Oh, Venerable Agatha, hello. How are
Hello.
you?
Fine, thank you.
I-
Sorry, the video. Okay.
Oh, take your time. That's okay.
No sta.
It's not coming.
Not doesn't work.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, okay. I am. Hi,
Hi, I'm Carol Jumpa.
Carol. From where you are?
Chenrezig, San Francisco. And
San Francisco.
today
Okay,
back at
California.
thing. So that's our altar, and it's I don't get to be here very much, so it's special. So,
Hi.
and you are at Lama Zopa Institute?
No,
Institute Lama Zopa? You are?
no, Ciamciuccioling, Nord Italy, Polava.
Oh, lovely. Beautiful. Well,
Yes.
great. Well,
Okay.
thank you so much, Agatha, Venerable.
Thank you for you. Ciao.
Say ciao.
Buongiorno a tutti, sono Agatha, Anilab Sanchodong, Agatha del centro Ciamciuccioling di Polava, Nord Italia. È un centro fondato da Geshe Topten. Quindi cominciamo subito con la pratica del respiro per calmare la mente, calmare il corpo e per iniziare bene la preghiera. Quindi cerchiamo di avere una postura corretta, ma se non riusciamo a tenere le gambe incrociate non importa. L'importante è avere la schiena molto dritta, in modo che il vento, l'aria possa fluire in modo molto dinamico, molto corretto. Quindi, chiudiamo la mano sinistra, chiudiamo il pugno della mano sinistra e lo mettiamo all'altezza dell'anca della mano sinistra, l'anca sinistra. Poi chiudiamo la mano destra, chiudiamo prima l'anulare, uniamo il pollice e l'indice e chiudiamo la narice sinistra. Per 3 volte noi ispiriamo l'aria, la tratteniamo per qualche secondo all'altezza dell'ombelico, poi espiriamo l'aria in modo molto con intensità, in modo che esca tutta l'aria. Durante l'ispirazione immaginiamo che tutta l'energia dei 4 elementi, terra, acqua, fuoco e aria, entra dentro di noi, ma non solo, anche le realizzazioni e la chiara luce che si dissolve in noi nella forma del respiro bianco. Quando espiriamo, cioè facciamo uscire tutta l'aria, visualizziamo il respiro di colore nero e pensiamo che tutte le oscurazioni e le afflizioni, le sofferenze, la paura, tutto ciò che è indesiderato esce dal nostro corpo e viene mandato lontano e si dissolve. Poi di nuovo ispiriamo, così facciamo questo esercizio 3 volte con la narice sinistra, 3 volte con la narice destra, cambiando la mano, e poi ispiriamo attraverso tutte e 2 le narici. Quindi rilassiamo il corpo, la mente col respiro. Iniziamo, pugno chiuso sull'anca, chiudiamo l'anulare. Cambiamo la mano. Tutte e 2 le narici, ispiriamo, chiara luce, esce fumo nero. Ok, adesso pensiamo che vogliamo fare questa pratica, la motivazione è molto importante. Vogliamo fare questa pratica per raggiungere l'illuminazione più breve tempo possibile, perché solo così riusciremo effettivamente ad aiutare gli altri. E in questo tragitto, in questo sentiero, con questo obiettivo, comunque la nostra mente cambia, le nostre circostanze karmiche avranno un effetto più che positivo, e quindi anche le persone che ci circondano, tutto il resto degli esseri umani riceveranno energia positiva. Con intensità iniziamo la preghiera, la motivazione. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanto lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota. Questo è veramente importante, sottolineare il fatto che comunque la nostra mente è completamente priva di qualsiasi tipo di pensiero, emozione, ostacolo, è pura chiara luce. Quindi cominciamo ad avere una grande dose di coraggio e di prendere rifugio anche in noi, nella nostra natura della mente, luminosa, chiara, assolutamente positiva. La nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Ripetiamo 3 volte. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanto lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità, della meditazione e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Con coraggio, forza, dobbiamo crederci veramente. È lì che ci aspetta. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, quanto lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel glorioso, prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre mente, il Dharmakaya. Ora, prima di iniziare la preghiera effettiva, visualizziamo Chenrezig sopra il nostro capo e sopra il capo di tutti gli esseri senzienti, che è completamente luminoso, e pensiamo che tutto quello che ci circonda si trasforma man mano che recitiamo nella preziosa forma di Buddha Chenrezig. E tutte le persone, tutti gli esseri senzienti ne traggono beneficio. Visualizziamo questa grande opportunità, sempre con molto coraggio, con entusiasmo e con forza, perché stiamo facendo la cosa giusta, stiamo facendo una grande esperienza di recitazione continua, una maratona che ha un potere molto, molto forte sul cambiamento delle cose, dobbiamo crederci. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e dalle condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie dei buddhas, degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannosi, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie dei buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente da ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ricordiamo la visualizzazione, pensiamo che ogni pensiero, ogni suono, ogni visione, ogni sensazione, ogni essere dentro e fuori non sono altro che la manifestazione di Chenrezig, la nostra stessa mente pura. L'ignoranza è come l'agitazione dell'oceano. L'oceano è come la mente primordiale. Le onde, il movimento sono l'agitazione mentale che oscura la pace, la profondità, la quiete dell'oceano. Durante la recitazione concentriamo sulla nostra vera natura oceano e non sulle onde che comunque non hanno mai smesso di essere oceano. E se sorge un'onda, pensiero che disturba, riconosciamola come manifestazione dell'oceano, riconoscendo il pensiero, la distrazione, l'emozione come manifestazione di Chenrezig, cioè espressione della sua infinita compassione, beatitudine e saggezza. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nel reame del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dagli 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 300 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione del Guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Adesso assorbiamo Chenrezig dentro di noi, pensiamo che diventa di un solo sapore con noi e con tutti gli esseri viventi. Tutti gli esseri viventi, nessuno escluso, in questo momento hanno la forma di Chenrezig, sono completamente purificati. Rigioiamo di questa pratica, cerchiamo di essere felicissimi perché stiamo facendo la cosa giusta. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, e i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione del Guru e dei 3 rari supremi, e con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la compassione del Guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle strofe di dedica. Questo è importantissimo. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non ce l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai e accrescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un attimo di esistenza intrinseca. Causa e effetto, l'origine dipendenti sono infallibili. Chiedo la tua benedizione per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezioni. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani per me, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Pensiamo a tutti quelli che sono morti, anche a tutti a causa del Covid, ma non solo, ai medici, agli infermieri e a tutti i maestri e a tutti gli operatori sanitari. Facciamo qualche Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Pensiamo a tutti i maestri elementari, professori, perché possano avere tanta forza per guidare anche a distanza i ragazzi. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Grazie a tutte le infermiere in particolare, che sono veramente in prima linea in questo periodo, soprattutto quelle anche in casa di riposo, che deve essere veramente durissima. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Ricordiamo anche i nostri politici, va là. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, di tutte le nazioni, di tutto il pianeta, nessuno escluso. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separata da Guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara, per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato da tutti i vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrappa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stadi delle suprema beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, la medicina, il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io sempre essere usato dagli esseri senzienti, esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita. Possa io considerarli ancora di più di me stessa. Possa il karma negativo maturare su di me. Possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a quando tutti gli esseri non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. per tutti i meriti del passato, presente, futuro, accumulati da me da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoto dell'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri, come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo io dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Karera koe shinkande pendande wa maluchu ne Chenrezig Institute Multimedia Team te padu de gyurci. Ok, passiamo la parola ad Elio.
Eccolo che arriva, eccolo che arriva e che anche si sente.
Ciao.
Grazie, ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao. Eh bien, bonjour à tous les amis français. Rebonjour à ceux qu'on a vus tout à l'heure dans d'autres rituels. Donc voilà. Et ben maintenant c'est notre tour de faire cette session de pratique pour guérir la pandémie dans le monde. Et donc je pense qu'on va commencer directement. Oui, d'abord il faut que je fasse le partage d'écran comme d'habitude pour mettre les documents à l'écran. Pourquoi je ne les retrouve pas? Pourquoi je ne les retrouve pas? Alors, est-ce que vous en voyez une déjà?
Oui.
C'est l'arborescence de ton ordi.
C'est pas ça que je vais vous montrer. Alors, on va finir par...
Que la 16e ligne, c'est la prière qui délivre Sakya de la maladie.
Eh bien, chez moi, elle est affichée à l'écran, donc je ne comprends pas pourquoi.
Celle-là, là.
Elle est là?
Non, non.
Non. Donc, repartager. Partager. Donc là, vous devez la voir. Hein.
Oui.
Oui.
C'est bon. C'est bon. Bravo.
C'est bon. Et donc maintenant, voilà, maintenant vous devez avoir l'annexe. Voilà.
Ok, on ferme.
Voilà. Donc on commence par se rappeler la motivation de faire cette pratique, spécialement aujourd'hui qui est un jour particulier du calendrier tibétain et donc qu'on appelle le jour des miracles, où tous les mérites sont particulièrement multipliés. Donc nous espérons que en faisant cette prière ce jour-ci, elle aura encore plus d'impact sur le reste du monde. Bien sûr, nous faisons la prière avec le souhait de guérir le monde de la pandémie. Même si on pense s'y habituer, mais nous sommes tous, à divers niveaux, touchés par cette épidémie, soit que nous ayons eu des personnes qui en sont décédées, soit parce que nous avons eu nous-mêmes cette maladie, soit parce que des proches l'ont eu, soit parce que nous avons des contrariétés dans l'existence du fait des diverses mesures qui existent pour qui limitent la circulation, qui limitent les choses pour éviter la pandémie. Et donc c'est aussi une occasion pour nous de pratiquer la patience et de pratiquer le raisonnement, parce que dans des situations comme ça difficiles, c'est facile de se sentir frustré, de, de laisser émerger de la colère et de s'en prendre à la maladie, à la situation, au monde, aux personnes, au gouvernement, etc. Bon, cette maladie est là du fait de notre karma qui a fait que nous avons accumulé des négativités qui ont mûri de cette façon. Et dès l'instant que nous sommes touchés par la pandémie, à quelque titre que ce soit, c'est que d'une façon ou d'une autre, on a contribué à la maturation de ce karma. Donc, c'est une chose qui vient de nous et que nous devons accepter comme telle. C'est-à-dire que c'est un karma qui a mûri, c'en est un dont on va être débarrassé. C'est certain qu'il commence à mûrir pendant longtemps et que ça dure, mais c'est ainsi, notre ignorance, elle dure depuis la nuit des temps, donc il n'y a rien d'étonnant que les contrariétés durent aussi un petit peu. Et donc surtout, ne nous laissons pas aller à la colère contre ceci ou contre cela, parce que ça créerait de nouveau un autre cycle de pollution mentale qui engendrerait encore d'autres karmas à venir. Et donc essayons de faire ce que nous pouvons pour les êtres. Et voilà. Donc nous essayons d'avoir vraiment cette motivation pure, de venir en aide aux êtres en essayant de faire en sorte de pouvoir arrêter la pandémie, comme ils disent à l'IMI, de guérir le monde par la pratique de Thangtong Gyalpo. Ça peut sembler une entreprise un petit peu impossible, et néanmoins, c'est possible, puisque tout ce que nous voyons autour de nous, tout ce qui se manifeste, est né dans l'esprit. Également, toutes ces contrariétés auxquelles on est exposé sont nées dans l'esprit. Et donc, c'est par la force des résolutions qu'on peut mettre dans l'esprit qu'on peut les contrarier. Et donc, pour bien ancrer dans notre esprit les pensées positives et justes, on va faire cette méditation sur les 4 pensées incommensurables. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils demeurent puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils demeurent dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Je suis en train d'essayer de fermer des micros parce que j'entends de la résonance. Mais bon, j'espère que ça va aller. La deuxième des pensées incommensurables, c'est, comme ce serait merveilleux, si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur. Puissent-ils les obtenir? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et la troisième de ces grandes pensées, comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance. Puissent-ils en être libérés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur des renaissances supérieures et de la libération. Puissent-ils ne jamais en être séparés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et maintenant, donc, avant de faire la prière, on va visualiser Chenrezig, puisque c'est Chenrezig que nous allons invoquer pour faire cette prière. Et donc, au-dessus de notre tête et de celle de tous les êtres qui existent dans l'espace, avec une pensée spécifique pour les êtres qui sont atteints du Covid, puisque c'est la motivation première, mais n'oublions pas tous les autres êtres qui sont touchés par les difficultés, quelles qu'elles soient. Au-dessus donc de la tête de tous ces êtres est un lotus blanc. Sur ce lotus blanc, il y a un disque de lune. Sur le disque de lune, il y a la syllabe Ri. Et de cette syllabe Ri blanche lumineuse apparaît le noble Chenrezig. Chenrezig est blanc, il est lumineux. Son corps est dans l'apparence du Sambhogakaya, c'est donc un corps de lumière. Il diffuse des rayons de lumière des 5 couleurs, qui sont les couleurs des 5 sagesses. Son sourire est magnifique, son regard est plein de compassion, et vraiment il nous regarde comme une mère regarde ses enfants, avec une immense compassion. De ses 4 mains, les 2 premières sont jointes, les autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Il est paré de soieries et d'ornements de joyaux. La peau de biche couvre son épaule. Le Bouddha de lumière infinie, Amitabha, couronne sa tête. Il est assis dans la posture adamantine, donc les jambes croisées. Il est adossé à une lune immaculée. Et donc tel qu'il est, là, au-dessus de nous, il représente tous les refuges réunis. Et donc, c'est en essayant d'avoir à l'esprit cette présence bienveillante de Chenrezig que nous allons entamer la prière. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge en le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et donc là, nous allons réciter le mantra. Et donc, on va faire comme maintenant on a pris l'habitude de faire, c'est qu'on va réciter le mantra, puis on dira la première strophe de la prière, puis de nouveau on récitera le mantra, parce qu'on s'invoque à Chenrezig, donc pour bien appuyer notre requête, et ainsi de suite. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves quitter la bouchée menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Puis toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Par la compassion des maîtres et des 3 rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucées. Et donc on va recommencer une deuxième fois. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Pamau. Omani. Pamau. Omani. Pamau. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves qui tiennent la bouchée menant sa victime à l'abattoir séparent le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Omani. Pameu. Omani. Pameu. Omani. Pameu. Omani. Pameu. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Omani. Pameu. Omani. Pameu. Omani. Pameu. Omani. Pameu. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Omani. Pameu. Omani. Pameu. Omani. Pameu. Omani. Pameu. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Omani. Pameu. Omani. Pameu. Omani. Pameu. Omani. Pameu. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucés. Omani. Pameu. Omani. Pameu. Omani. Pameu. Omani. Pameu. Omani. Pameu. a terminé la prière et on vient dans la dédicace. Puisse le joyau suprême de la bodhicitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Grâce au mérite accumulé par ses actions vertueuses, puisse-je rapidement atteindre l'état d'un maître Bouddha et conduire tous les êtres sans exception à cet état d'éveil. Et comme il est déjà 59, on va passer directement aux prières de longue vie. Gori rawe kowe chikam di pendang dewa maru jungwe ne Chenrezig Institute Multimedia Team partout en Chik. Et la prière de longue vie de Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Vous qui maintenant l'attitude du conquérant et soutenant, préservant et propageant l'enseignement de Lama Tsongkhapa, œuvrez comme le serviteur imperturbable de toutes choses, vous qui êtes accomplis par la force de vos excellentes aspirations, qui rendent hommage aux trois rares et sublimes, veuillez demeurer longtemps comme mon sauveur et celui de vos autres disciples. Et donc, encore ce soir, nous avons terminé cette belle pratique. On va laisser la place au suivant. Quand il va se... Merci à vous en tout cas.
Merci Léo.
Merci.
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 Bonne nuit Marie-Françoise, parce que je sais que chez toi c'est tard. Hein.
Voilà.
Merci beaucoup.
Fais un bon dodo.
Merci.
Merci.
Voilà, merci. Et
Merci.
donc à bientôt, à lundi pour ceux qui suivent
lundi.
lundi.
Voilà.
À lundi.
Et
Au revoir
voilà.
Maria.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Au revoir. Bon dimanche.
Claudine.
Bon dimanche.
Ouais.
Allez, on laisse la place.
On laisse la place. Then, qui est-ce qui vient après moi?
Drôlement.
Drolma. Ok,
Allez.
on a fini. It's finished. Then Drolma, it's you,
Thank you.
it's
Yes.
you now.
Now I continue. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, and see you soon.
Okay.
Okay, goodbye.
So, hello everybody. If you want to stay now, we'll be the leading in English. So, thank you everybody who is joining and participating in this most beneficial practice for healing the world and doing prayers to quickly end the pandemic and all the suffering. And this pandemic, as the name says, the whole world is affected by it. And there's not one person who is out of this. And people are dying, people are ill. Many people have suffered also financial losses. They are afraid of their existence. And people are lonely, they are sad, they are worried, they are anxious. Other people, they are quite angry. They don't know how to deal with the situation. And for us as Buddhists and spiritual beings, we have the means and we have the methods. We know how to deal with these situations. We are doing prayers, we are doing mind training. We try to include everyone in this. And so therefore, for our motivation, we visualize as many people as we can. So those who are very dear to us, who are close to us, people we love, they are the closest to us. It's most easy to visualize them. But not only those who are dear to us, because it's easy to wish them well, but also those people who are more distant from us. So think about maybe your neighbors. if you live in the countryside, usually you know your neighbors, but if you live in a city, in a big house or apartment building, probably you don't know your neighbors by name, but you have seen them. Or if you go to work, people on the street or colleagues in maybe in another department, people you see, but you probably haven't talked to them. All those people, visualize them around you. And also those people who you have difficulties with, people who irritate you, people who have traits you don't like. And then remember all of them, everyone is affected by this situation. Everyone experiences suffering, but we all just want to be happy. We want to be free of suffering. We are all the same in this. But most people, they don't know how to be happy. They don't have the means, the methods. But we do. We practice ourselves. We have experience. We have teachers. We have the Dharma. We know about it. We do the best we can. And all those people around us, we want them to be happy. We want them to be free of suffering. And we want to do the best we can to make this happen. So it's not just a mere wish, but we take the responsibility because we know about the law of cause and effect, the law of karma. We experience only those things, positive and negative, where we created the causes for. And as long as we still continue doing negative things, we will continue suffering, experiencing suffering. But we can purify these negativities by doing virtuous deeds, by cleansing them, thinking about emptiness, developing bodhicitta, the wish to become a Buddha, to be of the best possible way to help all beings. And again, feel all these people around you. And from the bottom of my heart, I'm doing this practice for them, so that everyone may be happy, that everyone may be free of suffering. And then we visualize Buddha Shakyamuni in front of us. His right hand is touching the earth. The left hand is in meditative equipoise, holding a bowl filled with nectar. He's dressed in the saffron robes of a monk. He's smiling at us. And when I see him and remember everything, all the qualities he has, his whole being, is only compassion, love, wisdom. At one point in time, he was just like me. He had difficulties, he was worried, he did some negative things, but then he entered the path. He developed great compassion, great love. He developed a wisdom, and he had this intense wish for everyone to be free, including myself. And he cleansed and purified all negativities, and he has only good qualities. And with him, I'm safe. All he wants is me to be happy, is me to be like him, to experience only happiness. And I want to be like him. I want to overcome all my negativities. I want to develop all my positive qualities. And not just for me, for everyone around me, for every person, because we are all the same. We only want to be happy, and we do not want to suffer. And with this heartfelt wish, I want to become a Buddha. I want to be like Buddha Shakyamuni. We go for refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then we recite the Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 While we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, we can visualize that from Buddha Shakyamuni, from his heart, light and nectar goes out and goes to every person around all the world, and fills the whole body with this light and nectar. And the body is completely filled with light and nectar. The body becomes clear like crystal, and all negativities are purified. All sicknesses are healed, all harm is pacified. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And then we can visualize that all those people around us are really happy. They experience the happiness and they are free from suffering. And we experience the great love for every one of those people and a great compassion. And we are so happy that all of them are now free of suffering and are happy. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Padme Hum. Om Mani 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 Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and Nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect pure gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and path, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drakpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in a forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times, in order to have good conduct. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merits of the 3 times, of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drakpa, shine resplendent forever. And then the long life prayers. Sorry, I'm overdoing my time, but I want to do the long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparable kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling Chol, source of every single benefit and happiness in the world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manchuna's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you very much for this practice. And then Dechen is continuing.
Hello.
Thank you very much, Rama.
I'm sorry?
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Thank you. So Dechen, thank you for taking over.
Thank you. Nice to see you. I remember I saw you the first time when Lama Zopa Rinpoche did the money retreat, and I was a lay person.
Yes, I remember you.
And
Last time we met at Empowerment of the Ganden Tripa, right?
Right, exactly. I really cherish both those memories, actually. So I'm very happy to see you.
Likewise, likewise. You well?
I'm really well. Yeah, things are good here. And you, where are you? Where?
I'm in Germany. I'm taking care of my parents.
Yes, I remember.
Yes, yes.
Good. Well, it's really nice to see you.
Yes, likewise. So good practice.
So much. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. Yeah, so the light's a bit funny in here. So hello everyone, my name's Dechen and I'm from the Institute of Lama Tsongkhapa in Pomaya. And yeah, as I was saying, I remember the Venerable because I remember when Lama Zopa Rinpoche, I'm going to embarrass her now, but I'll tell it. I remember when Lama Zopa Rinpoche came here for the money retreat. And you know, I mean, I haven't been to so many of his teachings, but you know, he's kind of famous for his enthusiasm. And there would be things to do. And I just remembered her because she would always, when there was something to do or something to give out, she would always kind of jump up and help. And I would sit at the back, you know, sort of hiding and looking at her thinking, oh, you know, I want to be like that. You know, she's always so enthusiastic and wants to help. So yeah, that was a real inspiration to me. It was very inspiring to me to see that. So, and then I got to see her again when she came here and I got to sit next to her. So I felt very proud of myself. So yeah, it was very inspiring to watch. So there we go. And I hope everyone's had a good day. It's a special day today. So I hope everyone's had a good day. And before this session, I was reading Rinpoche's book called Ultimate Compassion, which is a book on healing. And in that book, he was talking about the power of compassion. And it reminded me that sometimes we think that we have to be compassionate to be sort of a good person or a good Buddhist, but actually it makes us happier. And, if we want to be happy, we should practice compassion. If we want to heal, we should practice. So I know that most of us have come to this prayer and this practice wanting to benefit others. And probably what we forget or don't expect, or maybe don't even think of, is that one of the main beneficiaries is also ourselves. Like if we say these prayers and if we practice in this way, that we ourselves will become happier. And that's an important point. So that I was just reminded of that reading his text. And let me see if there's, so I'll read just a bit from the first chapter. He says, since healing essentially comes from our mind and not from our body, it's important to understand the nature of the mind. The intrinsic nature of the mind is pure, in the sense it's not one with the faults of the mind, with the disturbing thoughts and obscurations. All the faults of our mind, selfishness, ignorance, anger, attachment, guilt, are the disturbing thoughts. They're temporary, not permanent and everlasting. And since the cause of our suffering, our disturbing thoughts and obscurations, is temporary, our suffering is also temporary. And he says, compassion is the best healer. The most powerful healing comes from developing compassion for all other living beings. And he adds that the nature of loving and compassionate thoughts is peaceful and healthy, very different from when we have an afflicted state of mind. And he also says, by healing our mind with great compassion, we will be able to solve all our own problems and those of others. A compassionate person is the most powerful healer, not only of their own disease and other problems, but of those of others. A person with loving kindness and compassion heals others simply by existing. Okay, so without further ado, I raise that because it's just nice sometimes to think that we are also the beneficiary of our own compassion. And I think most of us know that, but sometimes we forget. So we're benefiting others with our practice and also benefiting ourselves. So we can take a moment now to develop our motivation. We've got this amazing, precious human rebirth. We've met the Dharma, taught by perfectly qualified teachers. We've got this day, this life. And we have something in us that wants to benefit others. And we've come to this practice to use our time to be of benefit to others. Which is pretty incredible. And we're not alone. We have the blessings of Rinpoche with us. And so if you wish, you can imagine your guru, your teacher in front of you, supporting you. And just quietly try to develop a mind of refuge and bodhicitta in your heart. Okay. So now, I'm using another device, so I'll try and turn to the prayers. This is always a bit of an adventure because, oh goodness gracious me. How difficult can this be? Sorry, everyone. I'm on my third device since we started these prayers. Hello, is that Chenrezig? Can you help me? Sorry, it's always me with the technical problem.
The people we used to be. It's even harder to remember. You're right next to me. You say it's too late to make it. But is it too late to try?
Interesting.
Well, looks like you got your first troll.
Yeah.
Is that what that was?
Well, it didn't seem like Dharma.
You seemed happy.
It was. How can I help you, Venerable?
I'm struggling to share my screen. Sorry, I'm on a new device, and it's every time I try a new device, each time I try and share screen, it becomes unnecessarily complicated.
Okay.
So if you could bring up the prayers and then we can do that. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. I'll just check on YouTube. I think they're in the thing.
Thank you. Sorry.
Well, we're waiting. How are you, Venerable Deshin?
I'm good. I'm very well. How are you?
Not too bad. What a funny old day, eh?
Wait, what was that?
I have no idea. I thought somebody put some speed or something in my porridge.
I dealt with him as quick as I could.
No, that's all right.
Yeah, I got the prayers up if you would like.
Yeah, that would be good. I suppose he was the interval while I was having, you have an interval while you're having a technical break, right? So, I guess that's what he was. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Okay, so without further ado, and trying to refresh our motivation, because I think all of us are completely distracted. So remembering our motivation, which is to be of benefit and to benefit all sentient beings, especially those suffering and struggling with coronavirus. And we can read the motivation 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind. And so with our intention set, we can do 10 malas of Om Mani Padme Hum.
Venerable.
Yes.
Sorry for quickly interrupting. Because you had a few tech issues there, if you want to take a little bit longer, because I have the 2 slots after you, that's perfectly all right.
Okay, well, let's see how many adventures I have in the next
lifetime.
Let's see what happens. Maybe we should do like 100 malas just to kind of go. We do our best. Okay, thank you though. Thank you very much. Let's see. Okay, so now we do 10 malas of Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So having done our recitations, we can use the power and energy that we've created to make the request. So Chenrezig, could you please scroll down a little bit, please? Sorry, what's your name? Who am I talking to?
My name's Nathan.
Oh, hi, Nathan. Thank you. Okay.
Hello.
Hi. Okay, so, all right. So we'll recite this prayer 3 times together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And for the 3rd and last time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so we can rejoice and think that Thangtong Gyalpo has heard our prayer, and make a strong wish that we get help. And having created the cause, having made the request, we can think we want the result. So having sent out our positive energy for the benefit of others, we now dedicate with the following dedication verses. So to actualize bodhicitta, may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. To realize emptiness, samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And for all who are sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. And to meet a perfect guru in all our lifetimes. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus. May I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And for Lama Tsongkhapa to be a direct Mahayana Guru in all lifetimes. By the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all lives, may I never turn away, even for a second, from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. And to meet, practice, and actualize the teachings of Lama Tsongkhapa. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one Lama Tsongkhapa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. And to always be used by sentient beings. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life, and may sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. And to seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve a state of enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And to dedicate in the same way as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the three times in order to have good conduct. And for the spread of Lama Tsongkhapa's teachings, for the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the two types of merit of the three times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one Sandrapa shine resplendent forever. And long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. and for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majanat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And if there's anyone in particular in need of your positive energy that you want to dedicate for, you can add your own dedications as well. Thank you so much, Nathan, and thank you everyone for your patience with an interesting session full of technical surprises.
You could have at least played Jerusalem, eh?
Have you seen the one with the monks and the nuns?
Yeah, they were color coordinated. We should have a competition.
I know. There's a growing consensus of two of us, but
Yeah.
growing.
Yeah.
So
I think what they also said, given that these nuns also, in case somebody's wondering what we're talking about, you know, there's this viral video of the dance to Jerusalem, and you see all the, the cops and, Lidl and other supermarkets are available, all these sort of different groups doing the dance to Jerusalem. And there was this wonderful clip Venerable has shared this afternoon about the nuns in Dublin, the red nuns in Dublin. And it was just hilarious. Did you see the one that was sort of clapping? She had such a kind face. She was like, oh, honestly, I melted. I thought that was really, really nice. And given that they're also a very sort of reclusive order, I think they very much keep themselves to themselves. And, if somebody goes like, how can you talk about this? I thought, the vows say, as long as you do it with Dharma. And, as they said themselves, we do this because it brings happiness to people, in that form. So I thought that was a nice way. But yeah, they made me smile. The ones with the dogs.
it was just so beautifully done.
Yes.
And what's lovely is they did it to bring joy. And it was just adorable.
Yes. It makes it really, 24 hours, I'm my management. Are you listening? Try to get the people for that 24 hours. No, that would be hard. That would be mental. But no, that was a lovely video. And I've seen others, people show me, oh, look at this. But I thought that was just sweet. Also because, they blended so nicely in with the colors, to what we're doing. But the interruption you had as well, I know we sort of joke about it, but he could have picked any other sessions. Was it productive? You know what he did? No, but he made a connection. He made a Dharma connection, hasn't he? He could have gone anywhere, but it was a bit weird.
I was thinking, I hope he at least got an imprint. That was.
Yeah.
But also because I've been without a computer for a few months. So when these things started happening, I thought, is it my computer? And then when the music, because that was also a thing going on, I thought maybe it's my computer. And then the music started playing and I thought.
There was also sort of Etch Sketch was on there. So I don't know whether there was something screen shared that was really weird, but anyway, so he could have gone anywhere. At least he got a little bit of an imprint. He might think he hasn't, but many events were available. Thank you for joining us. We pick you up along the way and show you proper ritual code music. Oh.
Well, he's got karma with us now, whether he likes it or not.
Yes. All the Sangha members are looking out for you now. We will find you. We have acquired skills over many lifetimes. Look, Fabio's laughing. He has to hold back. He's like, no, I'm not laughing. No. Can't laugh at a monk. No, thank you very much. But I really liked what you said in the early, we are the beneficiaries of our own compassion. We forget that. We forget that a lot. We tend to give. We go work. We work 60 hours a week, because the bills need paying. That's why. We do this. We help everybody. But if we don't take care of ourselves, we're just burned out very, very quickly. And then what good are we?
Right.
And we then start valuing ourselves only by the amount of what we do for others outside, but never look at our own And yeah, that was a nice pointer, and it ties me in, you know, to Starlight Express, doesn't it? It's like you can see some face on it. What is he talking about now?
What have I done?
I don't know. But you read the newsletter? Not yet. No, that's fine. So that's why you weren't looking at me. What have you done with Starlight Express? No, was sort of I was thinking about yesterday. I looked at the moon. So anybody out there, if you know the musical Starlight Express, it's you got little Rusty, an old working train, who wants to better himself. He's sort of fed up just being himself, being that little rusty workhorse, and you know he wants to, and he's in search for the Starlight Express. You know, the ultimate train. You know, the one and only. You know, the one everybody wants to be. And he's so in search. And in terms of practitioner, we know that from our own lives. Can we keep up with the Joneses? We need to be better, you know, just to do this, always hang around. We look scruffy compared to those. We only wear Gucci rather than Versace, you know, that sort of. And, but also from a practice point of view, we put so much energy in sometimes to get the practice right. And we go like, is there actually something coming out of this? You get sort of desperate to prove that. And ultimately, Starlight reveals himself. And he says these wonderful few words, you know, let me get it up. So I should be knowing this by heart by now. But, you know, Rusty, you're blind, look in your mind, I'm there, nothing new. Like the Buddha nature, it has always been there, you know. The Starlight Express is no more or less than you, Rusty. I am you, and only you. You know, have the power within you. Just believe in yourself. The sea will part before you. Stops the rain, turn the tide. If only you use the power within you, you needn't beg the world to turn around and help you if you draw on what's deep within you, somewhere deep inside. You know? And we forget that sometimes. We forget that in our practice. We forget that when we measure ourselves constantly against others. The values others impose on us, but we forget about our own self-value and the compassion that we bring and the benefits we can bring. You know, we had a little interruption, but we also had a laugh, you know? I don't know whether that was quite what you had in mind, that we embrace him and say, we find you. And we look out for you over the next few lifetimes. You know? But again, you know, it is... It's really that sort of compassion aspect. I thought that was really nice when you said that, you know. And there's also Venerable Barry Curtin, His Holiness his physician. He wrote No Fear, No Death. And he has a medical background. He spends a lot of time, you know, trying to educate within the health service, you know, the doctors that try to give, or not just the doctors, but all the health professionals who, particularly now with the pandemic, try to push so hard to make up for shortages, for sicknesses, for absence, you know, just to please, but they're running the risk of burning out because they set their own bar far too high. And then they can't cope, and then they feel like failures. And it shouldn't be like that, you know, so thank you for that. You see, so there's my introduction then for this evening.
Thank you so much. And it's really nice to see you. So thank you.
No, it's lovely to have you all back. You know, it's Tim was saying this morning. He said, because I started at 8, you know, at 7. You know, it was a bit, everybody signed up because, you know, merit day, isn't it? And so I was like, yeah, it's strange to have a lie-in this morning. I was looking forward to an early morning session, so 2, 3 o'clock when the world is quiet. It was all sold out. It's like, okay, I have to get some rest then. Anyway, Venerable, lovely to see you. And, you know, I think you handled the technical challenges quite well. It's bad enough if you sit there with your own computer, but again, feeling the eyes of the world on you. But no, you did, you know, you handled it well. Thank you very much, Nathan, for helping out in putting the
thank you so much.
Yeah. So,
Chenrezig Institute often step in and help me. So thank you guys.
But just no, this bless, this addition again. Anyway, I shouldn't talk too much now because next thing I have a problem here. Anyway, thank you very much indeed. Lovely to see you, Veneration. I've got that. Yeah. Okay. Hello, Lars. Hello, Fabio. Who else have we got here? Anyone else? Yeah, Nathan at Chenrezig Institute. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a wonderful, wonderful time to have everybody around. And you have to laugh sometimes, when people come on board and think they cause a disruption with that music. Oh, well, if that what gives you a little bit of fun, we're not taking it too serious. You made a connection. That's the most important thing. You may not see it right now. Maybe it might be slow growing seed. We find you. The Dharma will grow in you over the next lifetimes. So anyway, and thanks for popping by, DJ unknown. So see, you should have at least introduced yourself if you wanted free marketing. So if we take a moment, just take a few deep breaths and contemplate why we're here, particularly on this wonderful special day of Chaturdashi, Day of Miracles. And I always like to, some of you probably already know anyway, I like a few lines from the King of Prayers. It sets some of the motivation. We're going to do the motivation for the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer after, but it's also nice to just have that little motivation why we actually came here initially, to acknowledge that, to acknowledge the community, to acknowledge our teachers, and also sort of set a little bit of the bodhicitta attitude, not just for this session, but throughout. And these lines are extra, so they're not in consecutive order if you were to look them up. So they're taken from a couple of pages. So if we take a few deep breaths. May I ease the sufferings in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. If we visualize in front of us our guru in the form of Chenrezig, if you had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. If you hadn't had the initiations, or just visualize the guru in front of you or just above the crown of your head. If he's above the crown of your head, let him face the same direction as yourself. If you're joining us from a different faith and don't want to use our deities, please feel free to just use a deity that you associate the closest with love and compassion. If following us and don't adhere to any particular faith and have more sort of a general spiritualistic outlook, just visualize in front of you or above the crown of your head a light, a warm, clear light that's filled with love and compassion. Excuse me for a moment. Sorry about that. And let's visualize how light radiates from the guru in all 10 directions. And each light beam finds one of the infinite number of sentient beings across all the realms. As we wish all sentient beings to be liberated from samsara and find enlightenment, we visualize all these beings in human form. And the light of the Guru deity enters their bodies through the crown of their heads and fills them with love and compassion and purifying light essence. It cleanses away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes, obscurations of the mind, defilements. And we can feel how that light even purifies us, not just the others, but also us. Feel how all that dirt is burned away, stickiness of negative karma of so many of my lifetimes. Just feel, like you start to feel, begin to feel refreshed, more pure, more clean. It's like when you went out working for a whole day, maybe in the fields, and got really dirty and mucky, and it's just nice to have that shower to get all that dirt off. We recognize that we suffered for such a long time, because of the actions of our body, speech, and mind. We created suffering not just for others, but unguarded thoughts, thoughts becoming words, words become actions. But subsequently, because of those three aspects, we also created harm for ourselves, either by talking ourselves down, planted the seed of negative motivations. Subsequently, there's a price to be paid for these actions. And we just don't want it anymore. We just want to be happy, free from suffering. We don't like others to think about us harshly, talk about us harshly, treat us harshly. So why would we want to do that to them? And by recognizing this, we are able to engage with the other beings, put aside all other differences, recognizing that those who may speak harshly to us might not do so because, they intend to cause us pain, but it's because those beings themselves are in pain. So we would offer them support and assistance wherever we can, in whatever form we can. And sometimes we have to step back, let those beings, come to terms with their situation first. If we think about drug and substance abusers, there's no point you going and saying, you must stop, you must stop, you must stop. Until these individuals, for example, are ready in their own mind that they want to break the cycle, there's sometimes very little you can do. So we carry on being helpful, where we're most needed. It doesn't mean we abandon those beings. We keep an eye on them. We check in on them. Make sure they know they're not left behind, not being ignored. Remind them that help is available if they need it and want it. And that we're there for them when they're ready. And maybe today, tomorrow, next week, next lifetimes. Remember, we're in it for the long haul. And having recognized those mother beings, to share the same motivation as ours, the wish to be free from suffering and live a healthy and happy life, we call upon them to join us in taking refuge in the Guru deity. And as we call upon them, let your voice be like a bell that is carried across the universe and can be heard by every individual being, near and far, Let your voice be true, and let your motivation be true, and filled with love and compassion. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased and smiles upon us. As the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying light nectar intensifying, and more purifying action takes place, purifying and cleansing each single atom in our bodies and the space between those atoms. And we can feel how our body is being filled more and more with that loving light and purifying essence. And ultimately, we feel how our atoms begin to glow one by one until our whole body is one source of purifying light. And we exchange ourselves with the Guru deity and all other sentient beings, sharing the purifying love and compassion with all other beings who still need our help to enable them to be purified quicker and swiftly. And we still remember that the reasons we suffered was due to the actions of our body, speech, and mind represented by Om. But Om also represents the holy aspect of the Guru deity of body, speech, and mind. And to achieve the holy essence of body, speech, and mind, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine them in Om, so that we ourselves may be ultimately purified and be in the essence of the Guru. Only when we have achieved complete enlightenment and purity can we be of maximum benefit to all other sentient beings. So taking care of ourselves is not a selfish act. It is an essential part so that we can be of more benefit to other sentient beings. So it becomes important while we're taking the suffering of other beings onto us. To be able to take the maximum load, we need to be maximum prepared. Just recite the Mani mantra. We keep on visualizing how light is being exchanged between ourselves and other sentient beings. How we emanate more and more light, like a glorious sunrise, when the sun is just about to come across the horizon. The early glow, and as the sun breaks through, it fills the sky with more and more light until it sits just at the peak, radiating love, warmth, feeling of safety, and wellness to all sentient beings wherever they are. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme As we continue reciting the mantra on breath for a few rounds, for the next sort of 5 or 10 minutes, keep on visualizing the exchange of light between yourself and all other sentient beings. Feel how the light that enters you and you exchange with others purifies you and others more and more. Become one with the light, become one with the Guru, become one with the mind stream, become one with the love and compassion that knows no boundaries. Feel how the light dispels all darkness of negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes, burning away all the seed causes of delusions and suffering and obscurations. Having called upon our mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the good deity, having exchanged ourselves with the Guru and those same sentient beings, and having recited many Mani mantras, may we visualize ourselves now as pure. Carry on glowing with that pure light for the benefit of all other sentient beings. And as we have prepared ourselves, may we now call upon the Great Mother Tara to help us clear away any obstructions that we may come across before we set out on the journey to recite the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, to eradicate all root causes of the pandemic and all other sources of suffering. As we call upon the Great Mother Tara, the reciting of the prayer has been highly recommended by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. May we remember that armor representing Tara's holy body, speech, and mind. So calling upon the Great Mother Tara, we seek to remove any obstacles that may be put in our way for body, speech, and mind. Remember that Tara liberates us from samsara, through Tara from the eight fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong views, doubt, and miserliness. Tura liberates us from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. As we recite the Tara mantra, may we dedicate those recitations, one whole mala, to the long life and benefit of His Holiness the Dalai Lama as well. As we recite the mala, the Tara mantra, keep on visualizing how light emanates from the Great Mother Tara's heart, reaching all the sentient beings to help clear away any obscurations of body, speech, and mind, and removing the 8 fears and diseases that may be the causes of those obscurations. We sing the mantra out loud a few times and then the rest on breath. Om Tare Tu re Soha. 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 Om Tare Tu Re So. Om Tare Tu Re So. Tare Tu Re So. Om Tare Tu Re So. Om Tare Tu Re So. Having purified ourselves and removed our obscurations of the path, may we now call upon the guardians to join us. Despite their appearance, we must remember that the guardians are not there to harm us, but to take care of us like diligent parents and family who will put us into our place if we overstep the mark for our own safety. You know, where the actions of our body, speech, and mind may cause us harm or cause harm to other beings, but they also will step in to protect us from outside forces. So we should not, judge them purely by the frowning, but actually embrace them as the wonderful beings that they are, to ensure that we have room to practice, to protect ourselves and protect others from our actions. I'll start recitation of the Vaishu armor first. And why do we need an armor? Because, well, if you like the battle language, because we're going to battle with the pandemic, like a surgical gown, you would want to protect yourself when you're dealing with contagions. You could look at it from that point of view. Like any protective gear you're wearing when you're dealing with certain situations, to make sure, you're wearing goggles if you're grinding stuff, that you don't get stuff in your eyes. So we're putting on the armor for our own benefit, to protect ourselves from outside factors, but also to protect others from, from our own contagions, if we haven't purified enough or sufficiently, or there's a kink in the armor we haven't noticed. So we want to, hold on, it's a kink in the armor. Okay, that we do that with Manjushri. Sorry, I was jumping the gun there a bit. But that's why we put the armor on. So as we recite the mantra, keep visualizing how you put on this protective gear, and put it on tight. Stand tall, stand firm, stand proud, and stand with focus. Know that within you, you have it. You have the ability, to destroy the root seeds of the suffering that is the pandemic. So if you visualize ferocious looking dark blue Vajrapani in the space in front of us, his feet are stretched out and he holds a Vashu in the right hand and his necklace in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire, and from his body are emitted fire Garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferers. And I say it every week, but again, I have to remind those who maybe have not heard it before, the destruction of the interferer is not to the benefit of the being necessarily, so we're more interested in destroying the negative root causes that trigger actions, thoughts, behaviors, that sort of stuff. We want to be of benefit. We want to destroy the action and the consequences of those negative actions in those interfering beings, so that they may be able to accumulate more merit, less negative karma, and therefore find an easier way to be liberated. Okay, recite the mantra 7 times. Okay, stand tall. Vajapet Padmaswari Ped Nabashe Nigananta Savaraita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksoha Vajapet Padmaswari Ped Nabashe Nigananta Savaraita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksoha Vajapet Padmaswari Ped Nabashe Nigananta Savaraita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksoha Vajapet Padmaswari Ped Nabashe Nigananta Savaraita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksoha Vajapet Padmaswari Ped Nabashe Nigananta Savaraita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksoha Om Vajaped Padmaswari Ped Nabashe Nigananta Savaraita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksoha. So having put on the protective armor, we now call upon Black Manjushri. Why Manjushri? When we have an armor on, well, what if we didn't put the armor on properly? You know, you don't just have a surgeon in the team. You have a surgeon, an assistant, trainees, anesthetists, you know, many hands make light work. So we call on Black Manjushri to join us. His face is wrathful and has 3 eyes. In his hands, the 2 hands that he has, he holds a scripture in the left and a sword in the right. He is adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of a mass of fire. Flames of clear light are emanating from his heart, pervading inside and outside our bodies and the bodies of all other sentient beings, purifying all negative karmas, obstructions, sickness, spirits, dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. I sometimes like to think of, when I recite the mantra, of rubbing in healing oils and potions, you know, maybe something come through the protective layer, and we just, you know, apply healing essences. Again, we recite 7 times. Om tam chu chu su de tu su de mi su ningula chakala jakam shantam bepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su de tu su de mi su ningula chakala jakam shantam bepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su de tu su de mi su ningula chakala jakam shantam bepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su de tu su de mi su ningula chakala jakam shantam bepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su de tu su de mi su ningula chakala jakam shantam bepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su de tu su de mi su ningula chakala jakam shantam bepe su. So now, having prepared ourselves fully by you know, purifying ourselves, preparing the environment by removing obstructions, putting on protective outfits, protective layers, and back off of, you know, first aid, Manjushri, if you want to visualize it like that. We're now reciting the main Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, reciting the prayer 3 times. And as we recite, please keep visualizing how you're sending out this loving, clear light with the healing light, together with the prayer, to all sentient beings who are suffering as part of the pandemic, have experienced suffering either directly or indirectly, directly through being ill or having passed away, or those who have been caring for those who have had financial and social implications because of lockdowns and lack of work and that sort of stuff. So we send out really, you know, pure essence and to burn away the seeds of the sources of suffering, so that the sick may be restored to good health, those who have passed beyond, that they may be reborn in favorable conditions, that those who have suffered socially and economically and mentally may be given whatever wealth is required to restore their well-being, so that they may look after themselves and all those in their care and the community at large. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasping, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakins, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasping illness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakins, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Let's recite the prayer one more time. And really from the bottom of your heart, with the purest of compassion and the purest desire to destroy all the negative root seeds of suffering. Send out this great love, this burning love for all sentient beings to be freed from all sorts of suffering. And you may recall that in the last verse, we called upon the power of not just the gurus and the three jewels, but we also called upon the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and the guardians. So it's a good thing that we called upon Tara and the guardians, Black Manjushri and Vajrapani, to join us. So that gives us the extra oomph now to really go for the final cut in this procedure. May all disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasping illness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakins, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Having recited the prayers now, visualize how the pandemic is stopped in its track, how the root seeds of the suffering have been destroyed, and how the sick have been restored. Those who have died have been given fortunate conditions to be reborn, and if we recite it correctly with the purest of intentions, if we collectively generated sufficient karma and merit, positive karma and merit, the pandemic will cease to be. But I'd like to visual aspects. So if you think about taking an antibiotic, you may take the antibiotic and you may feel better, but you still have to finish the course so that the infection doesn't reoccur and become resistant and gives you more grief in the long run. So there may still be a few things out there that we see, but we must remember how far we have come, particularly since August when we started prayerathon. We have vaccines on the market now. We have vaccine rollouts. We're handling the pathological management better than we did at the beginning last year. So there are many, many things to rejoice about. Again, another aspect we can look at, if you cut a tree down, well, the tree, you may have separated, the trunk from the root, there might still be enough sap left in the tree, for the leaves to shine. So it may appear that the tree is still alive. So when we see things out there, don't despair, don't see it as a negative, just keep on reciting those prayers and trust the power of the prayer and help those who you can. Let's have a quick look where we get the dedications done before the cavalry arrives. Look at that. Hello, Manda. Lovely to see you. Nice you could join. It's wonderful. Yeah. You see, everybody's coming now. Okay, so we do dedications. We dedicate to the Sangha community for keeping the flame of the Dharma going by dedicating themselves to a life study and application of compassion. May they all have long and healthy lives. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May they never be far from a precious teacher and virtuous friend in this and all other lifetimes. May we dedicate wholeheartedly to the precious lay community who support the Sangha so well by offering their time, expertise, and help raise funds for great projects to come to fruition, such as translations, centers to run, even this live stream to take place, so for covering the cost of these. So may they all have long and healthy lives. May they never be far from Dharma and this in all future lifetimes. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May they always be in the presence of a virtuous friend who guides them, along the way until enlightenment in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to our precious gurus who guided us, in the early days, when we took our first step on the path, and then tasked us with greater challenges, who keep a watchful eye over us to make sure that we can grow, in a safe environment, and but also letting us make our own mistakes so that we can experience, the path. May all our precious teachers have long and healthy lives. May we never be separated from them in this and all future lifetimes. And may they achieve enlightenment as swiftly as possible. May particularly dedicate to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, whose presence in an exile has brought the Dharma to the West, a precious gift to us all. In a world that is full of turmoil and disruption, he's a beacon of love and compassion, advocating the need for dialogue over violence. May His Holiness' wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May he live a long and healthy life. May we always be in his presence in this and all future lifetimes and benefit from his presence and teachings. And may we see His Holiness one day return to Tibet to see his people. Also, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, whose great compassion is an example to us all, who's tasked us with this wonderful practice, which seemed so daunting at the beginning back in August. But 30 odd weeks later, it's become part of our life, our weekly schedule. It seems a shame, in a way, to think that when the pandemic ends, we may have to stop. Hopefully we can carry on, find other causes to pray for on the weekly routine. May Lama Zopa and his great vision always be our guide in this and all future lifetimes. May Lama Zopa have a long and healthy life, and may we always be blessed with his presence and advice, here, now, and in all our lifetimes. Due to all these merits of, due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me and the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, And the mats of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So just a long life prayers left. His Holiness first. Gangri rawe kubwe shinkam di pendang dewa malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Gyalpo yi chape site padu tengyu chi. Lama Zopa. Till changing yam gun gelwe tenzing kun pelwe kun zodok poze chok chong kewe leg mun tu padak sok de je gun du jaten shu. Thank you, everybody who joined us in this session and previous sessions. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so diligently and taking care of the slight interruption we had earlier. Thank you very much to everybody who joined on Zoom and YouTube, and much appreciated. And if you're watching live or later, I hope you find what we do beneficial, particularly on this wonderful day of Tradition, Day of Miracles. My thanks to Lars, Fabio.
Hello.
Venerable Fabio.
There are 2 Fabios.
There are two. How dare you confuse me? And you're next to one another on my screen. And thank you very much, Amanda. Paloma, Venerable Paloma, hello. How are you? There's some missing. There's some missing from the Spanish contingent. How dare they?
Never missing. Never missing. We are here.
Honestly, it's a hardcore scene. Did you see the wonderful video that Venerable Deshin shared about the Red Nuns in Dublin doing Jerusalem?
Yeah.
How wonderful.
So funny, eh?
Yeah, I thought that was just great.
Yeah, maybe next time in the next session of prayerathon, we have one lady coming in the middle saying, Esther, where are you? Where are you?
We had a musical interlude. Did you hear that earlier? During Venerable Deshin's, somebody sort of signed in and then played sort of some funky music. At least he made a connection, you know what I mean? I told him, and I remind you if you're watching, we will find you in this in future lifetimes. You will be saved. Anyway, thank you, everybody. Love you all. I hand over to you. Lovely to see you, Fabio. Wonderful to see you, Paloma. Have a wonderful session. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye. Have a wonderful...
See you next time. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye, Fabio, the other Fabio. Bye-bye, Lars. Hola, Paloma.
Hello.
Venerable. Hello to Chenrezig Institute. And thank you very much, like always, by organizing and hosting and everything. Ahora empezamos otro ratito de recitación en español en un día tan especial, intenso, pero muy especial y muy bonito como es el día de hoy, el último día del periodo del Osar, que ha comenzado muy prontito a las 4:30 de la mañana con su santidad haciéndonos el regalazo de los votos, bueno, de la enseñanza que ha dado y luego los votos del Bodhisattva, ¿no? Que es increíble. Así hemos empezado el día. Luego con prácticas puyas, ¿no? Que ha habido en distintos centros, en Aruna, Valencia, que me imagino que habrán terminado hace bien poquito, el SOC. Aquí hemos hecho la puya del Buda de la medicina y en otros sitios sin duda también, ¿no? O sea que muchas gracias a todos por participar y por acumular tanto potencial positivo. A ver si acabamos ya con esto, con esta pandemia. Aunque decía ahora Venerable Damcho que en cuanto acabe tenemos que seguir con otro fin, ¿eh? O sea que esto no puede terminar. Los sábados tenemos que seguir recitando para cualquier objetivo, así es que acabe pronto la pandemia y nos buscamos un objetivo nuevo para seguir recitando y beneficiar a los seres. Es increíble esta oportunidad que tenemos de purificar, de acumular potencial positivo, karma positivo, méritos y todo eso reunido como dice que se Lamsan, ¿no? Una escoba con pocos pelos, con pocas cerdas, barre poco. Con muchos pelos, muchas cerdas, barre mucho. Entonces, a ver si acumulamos entre todos muchísimos méritos y acabamos, ¿no? Con las causas de la pandemia. Si os parece, vamos a empezar. Cambiamos un poco el orden y si quieres, Paloma, puedes, en lugar de hacer la dedicación, aunque si quieres luego también la puedes hacer, si quieres añadir algo para la motivación en especial, puedes hacerlo.
Vale, perfecto. Pues lo condenso, lo condenso en una frase de Rinpoche que últimamente me impacta y es: innumerables seres están sufriendo ahora. Entonces, si pensamos en profundidad y abrimos el corazón hacia los seres y en las diferentes direcciones, lo que están sintiendo ahora tantos y tantos seres, no solamente de este mundo humano, no podemos quedarnos de brazos cruzados. Necesariamente tenemos que aprovechar esta increíble oportunidad que tenemos para desarrollar todo nuestro potencial y poder aliviar el sufrimiento de los seres. Ok, ya está. Cuando quieras, Fabio. ¿Se ha quedado bloqueado? ¿O me he quedado yo bloqueada? Hello, ¿escucháis? Realmente tenemos que aprovechar. A ver. Hello. A ver. ¿Hola? Ale, se ha ido Fabio, parece, ¿no? I'm not sure if Fabio's internet is working. A ver. Ale. O sea, a mí me oís, ¿verdad, Paloma? Looks like. Ale. Vale. Then, Chenrezig Institute, maybe it seems Fabio's internet doesn't work. Looks like.
Yeah, we lost him.
Yes, then I can do the practice until he's able to recover, okay?
Oh, thank you so much, Venerable Paloma. Thank you.
I mean, if he comes back, then he will do, but if not, I do.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bueno, compañeras y compañeros, se ve que Fabio se ha quedado sin internet, entonces, bueno, pues le sustituyo yo. Si a lo largo de la sesión aparece Fabio, pues entonces ya le daría paso, ¿vale? Entonces, bueno, recordemos eso, la importancia de esta preciosa vida humana, que los seres nos necesitan y bueno, pues vamos a esforzarnos en desarrollar el potencial que tenemos para poder aliviar el sufrimiento de los seres. Voy a buscar la práctica que como que lo hacía Fabio, a ver, liberando a los sakyas, un momentito. A los sakyas, a ver, supongo que tenéis todos también el texto por ahí. Ok, one moment, vale. Ok, perfecto. Bueno, pues entonces, conscientes de que todos los seres están rodeándonos y los tenemos en el corazón, nuestras madres, y con la determinación de continuar la senda de su santidad el Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Geshe Lamsan, los Budas, vamos a hacer esta práctica para poder ser de beneficio para los seres. Y recitamos todos juntos. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema,
Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la unidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tercera repetición del refugio, todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. El venerable Fabio continúa, ha intentado hacer novillos, ya veis, somos todos testigos, no hay excusas, pero bueno, al final le ha venido el arrepentimiento y el chico, el venerable, pues dice, va, venga, me uno, ahora venga.
Perdón, es que se ha caído la conexión. He pensado a Paloma o le toca hacer esa sesión, pero no he entrado rápidamente con otro ordenador.
Venga.
Paloma, ¿habías visualizado?
Es el refugio las tres primeras, 3 veces, pero el de que se hace solo una vez no lo he leído todavía.
Visualizado a Chenrezig, ¿no?
No, tú como si nada, tú empieza si quieres.
Bueno, pues hacemos esa estrofa y visualizamos a Chenrezig. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Entonces imaginamos en el espacio frente a nosotros, sobre un loto, sol y luna, a Guru Avalokitesvara, inseparable de nuestros maestros, en especial de su santidad el Dalai Lama, de Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, de nuestros maestros personales, sintiendo que son en esencia lo mismo, que su cuerpo, palabra y mente son el sagrado cuerpo, la sagrada palabra y la sagrada mente de Avalokitesvara, que nos mira y nos sonríe, y simultáneamente lo hace con todos los seres. Estar en presencia de Chenrezig es como estar en presencia de nuestra madre o de nuestro padre cuando éramos pequeños, que nos acogían, nos cuidaban. Es una calidez que te envuelve, una compasión que te envuelve. De su cuerpo surge luz y néctar en todas las direcciones del espacio, dándonos a nosotros mismos y a todos los seres que nos rodean aquello que más necesitemos. Y aquí nos podemos acordar de fallecidos, enfermos, gente en dificultades de todo tipo, con necesidad de refugio, de asilo, de trabajo, de dinero, de salud. Y esa luz que emana del cuerpo de Chenrezig sacia y satisface todos esos deseos y necesidades. Piensa en las personas que conozcas por las que quieras rezar y mentalmente visualizas que son bañadas de salud y colmadas de todo lo que necesiten. Meditamos así mientras recitamos unos mantras del Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Comenzamos las recitaciones y recordamos el consejo de Lama Zopa cuando dice que es importante tener delante la imagen del Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Esta primera recitación la dedicamos para todos los fallecidos, no solo a causa del coronavirus, sino de cualquier otro motivo, accidentes, enfermedades, otras enfermedades, y no importa el tiempo que haga, que han fallecido, de corazón se la ofrecemos a ellos para que obtengan un perfecto renacimiento humano, para que puedan ser guiados por Chenrezig, las 3 joyas y todos los gurus a una tierra pura. Piensa en tus seres queridos fallecidos y de corazón se lo ofreces. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Ahora pensamos de corazón en todos los enfermos que están en sus casas, en hospitales, no solo a causa de la COVID, sino de cualquier otra enfermedad. Y de corazón les dedicamos esta segunda recitación que acabamos de hacer. Aprovecha y piensa en tus seres queridos enfermos o aquellos por los que quieras dedicar y rezar. Y les ofreces estos méritos que estás acumulando. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separa en el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. En esta ocasión nos acordamos de la gente que lo está pasando mal a nivel económico, social, laboral, y tanto si los conoces como si no. Pedimos por todos ellos, pides por todos ellos. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en su instante, no volverá a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, o por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Ofrecemos esta recitación para que se equilibren todos los elementos que conforman el universo, el mundo, tierra, agua, fuego, viento, que no haya ningún desastre natural y que los seres que se han visto afectados por los anteriores tengan sus mentes en paz y si han fallecido obtengan un perfecto renacimiento humano a causa de terremotos, incendios, inundaciones, tempestades. Pedimos también de corazón que nuestros maestros permanezcan con nosotros muchos años hasta el fin del samsara, hasta que los reinos del samsara estén vacíos, que pueda la vida de su santidad ser larga, firme y estable, que podamos recibir de manera presencial muy pronto sus enseñanzas. Y perdonad que no proyecte la oración de larga vida, pero con este pequeño instante técnico pues no podemos. Es que como ya la sabéis, seguro que la sabéis, pues la practicáis. Ite menkandir pende maharuva gale gejuwe tampele jisino kadri insume densi gyatsola olwa deso tu serundru. Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Tenzin Gyatso, te suplico que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Pedimos lo mismo para Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Pueda la vida de Rinpoche ser larga, firme, estable, pueda permanecer hasta el fin del samsara, pueda guiarnos, podamos recibir muy pronto sus enseñanzas de manera presencial. Tutul tamsim yangon gelwe ten sin kyon pelwe kun sodol pote Josum kurwe le mon tudu dulce gondu saterjo. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjusri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza, realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Dedicamos los méritos. No sé, Paloma, si quieres añadir algo. Méritos de dedicación.
Que generemos la preciosísima mente de la bodhicitta, por supuesto por todos los que han fallecido, están en el estado intermedio, o los que están en los reinos inferiores, que tengan un magnífico renacimiento encontrando maestros Mahayana plenamente cualificados y puedan, poniendo en práctica las enseñanzas que reciban, lograr rápidamente la iluminación. Y que volvamos a reunirnos pronto presencialmente, que todos los centros y organizaciones que ayudan a los demás, que podamos tener siempre las condiciones favorables tanto a nivel humano, espiritual y material para poder seguir ofreciendo esta ayuda a los seres.
Gracias. Y entonces toda la gente que estáis en México, en Colombia, en España, en cualquier parte que estáis siguiendo esta retransmisión por YouTube, pensáis en aquellos fines y personas por los que queráis dedicar los méritos. Chanchu Rinpoche, ma ke pa nyam ye gyuchi, ye wa nyam pa me pa nyam, go ne gondu per wa so, ge wa di ji nyu du da, la ma sang ye ru yu me, ro wa si kyan ma lu pa, Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Hi, Venerable Lobsang Rita.
Hello.
Hello.
Wow, what a beautiful voice.
Sí, claro.
It's
Wonderful.
because of the computer, the quality of the sound of the computer is not.
Yeah. No, it's yours. Wonderful.
How are you?
Thank you, Venerable Fabio.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to
How
you.
is going there in Switzerland? Everything okay?
Everything okay. We had a really wonderful day with the whole day practices. And we're very lucky because we have a Shakyamuni Buddha puja, which only lasts 1 hour.
Wow.
German, the German version.
Oh.
So we did it every day the last 15 days.
Fantastico.
With the Zoom, it's so easy because people don't have to come here, and we always had between 8 and 15 people participating, and so it created a lot of good energy.
Yeah. I have also the same.
I think sometimes.
Hello?
I think sometimes we forget Shakyamuni Buddha somehow.
Yeah, it's true.
With all the other practices that we do, and we forget that without Shakyamuni, we wouldn't have all these other practices.
You're right. We have to promote. It's true. You are right. It's true.
And you have the text in German, the Sakyamuni Puja in German.
Spanish also, Fabio. We have in Spanish. I have in Spanish.
Yeah, you must. Well, the English version is like 3 hours almost.
It's too long.
But it's very beautiful. It's a lot of offerings in it. It's really, really beautiful. And we used to do a Tushita every day.
Wow.
Maybe Paloma. Every day in the Church of Duchen. With the teachings of the Dalai Lama, the pre-ordination course, all the lamas who were living there, and all the visitors. Maybe you remember, you were there sometimes.
I don't remember really. I don't know.
Anyway, and then the revision classes in the evening. So we weren't that happy about having to do the puja, but still it remained somehow in my mind that one day I would like to do this, the 15 days. And it was really, really beautiful.
How you manage from 3 hours to 1 hour?
Well, because we have a translation by Geshe Thangtong Zopa. You remember the one who was in Munich?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So he made this for a German center, I guess.
Fantastico.
And then what I did, I added it's even shorter. It's like 40 minutes, and it has a small Kriya talk in it.
Fantastico.
Yeah, it's really nice. And then what I did, I added from the prayer book, I added the visualization of the, the daily meditation on Shakyamuni Buddha.
I know which one.
It's so beautiful by Rinpoche also, the way he explains what means what, and, and then generating bodhicitta and all like this. It's so nice.
Thank you, Rita. You put some imprint in our mind and we will try. ¿No? ¿Verdad que sí, Fabio?
Por favor, Paloma, la puya.
Fantastico. Yes, we will try. Thank you.
Well, you don't have to do, if you do it on the four day, wheel turning days.
Yes, I know. It's what Rinpoche advised, in fact.
Yeah. So it's really nice.
Because I never did it before, and I like this. I love that practice, and I never made before. So I would like to start to do.
Yes,
Good.
yes. Fantastic. Okay.
Rita, thank you.
You can do in Australia also, Venerable Kumpen.
We did yesterday.
Oh, you did, but you did.
Now we have a Monday morning, so we already did last night.
So you did the English version, I guess, yeah?
Yes.
The long one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Monday, no, I suppose it's Sunday. There is Sunday or is Monday?
Monday morning now.
Monday.
Already?
Oh, sorry, Sunday.
No,
Sorry,
Sunday.
Sunday. Sorry, Sunday.
Okay.
Sometimes confused. Days going very quickly.
Okay, thank you. Ciao,
Okay,
ciao.
thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
Take care.
Take care.
And muchos besos.
Gracias.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
So Venerable Kumpen, very efficient as she is, she already gave me the screen share. So I think what I will do again, I will just do like, we do refuge and we think about Shakyamuni Buddha and about Chenrezig, and then I do that prayer to Chenrezig, which I find also it's very befitting because we do Om Mani Padme Hum. And so we will start by, where is it? Here, by this one first, taking refuge. Okay. So for refuge, you can visualize Thousand Arm Chenrezig with 11 heads standing on a lotus and moon disk in the space in front of you. But then again, don't forget, he is your guru. And as it is with all the Buddhas, without the Buddha, there is no guru. Without guru, for us, there will be no Buddhas. Maybe a statue that we put in the garden or in the bathroom or somewhere because it looks nice. But the methods, without the guru, we wouldn't have any access. We wouldn't know how to do this. Maybe we would try out by curiosity, but really practicing, with a lot of devotion and a lot of joy, I don't think we would without the guru. So if you visualize Chenrezig, what you can do, you can put the way you know your guru in his human form, you can put next to him, and then watch your heart. Watch the difference when you just, visualize Chenrezig, when you think about your guru. And so for me, there is a difference. I'm sorry to say, I don't see Chenrezig yet as, he's very beautiful and all this, but there's not the same reaction as I see my guru, probably attachment. But I think in this case, maybe not so bad, but definitely there's joy, there's devotion, there's respect, gratitude, appreciation. But then you let the guru melt, the human form of the guru, you let it melt or unify with the form of the light body of the Buddha of compassion of Arya Chenrezig. And you think, wow, the perfect being is in the space in front of me. How wonderful. A being who only cares about me, a being who accepts me exactly the way I am, a being who knows how to guide me and how to lead me to that same state, which is free from all suffering and the causes of suffering. Try to feel the presence, because the Buddhas anyway, they're always there. And then we think, I really want to live my values, my potential. I want to live my life with a good heart. Sometimes I succeed. Most of the time I don't, because the self-cherishing is kind of taking over. But I really, really, really want to be of benefit to all sentient beings. Whoever comes into my presence, may I only be of benefit to them. That we are sick and tired of harming and hurting others and, being clumsy, sometimes not even on purpose, but just because clumsy, because of self-cherishing, because yes, we talk about bodhicitta, but then we haven't really realized it yet. So again, strong wish, maybe I be able to actualize bodhicitta, so that on this path to enlightenment, I make really fast progress. For what? Because in all my lives, I'm so dependent on other beings who make sure that I survive, who make sure that I'm comfortable, who actually give me a body, like my parents who look after me so that I don't die. So then you visualize all these sentient beings around you. On your left side is your mom, on your right side is your dad from this life, because it's thanks to them that you have this body. You forget sometimes, yeah? It becomes my body, but its body is from your parents. Then people you feel nervous about, or they get nervous when you are around, you put in the space in front. People you very much like to spend time with, are behind you. And around us are all mother sentient beings. So in order to get a feeling for this, what I usually do, maybe it helps you also, I take away everything that obstructs my view. So houses, walls, trees, forests, mountains, the earth becomes totally flat, and everything that obstructs my view is gone. And then I get a bit of a sense of how many beings are on this planet, and that I'm never, ever alone. I only think I am, but I'm just separated by these visual obstructions, that's all. And that's just the earth. What about the sky, all the beings that fly in the air? What about all the beings underneath the earth? What about all the beings in the ocean? And then what about all the hell beings, the hungry ghosts, the asuras and the suras, the beings in the bardo form and formless realm? So make your mind very wide and think all these sentient beings. I will lead to enlightenment because I have the potential to become a Buddha. And these sentient beings actually help me to become a Buddha by practicing generosity, ethics, and what's the other one? Patience, because I need somebody who is pushing my buttons. So they're all there, and we all take refuge with them, and all of them have Buddha nature. And the one in the space in front of us, Arya Chenrezig, we can trust him that he will guide us and lead us to that state. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation and deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So Chenrezig is still in the space in front of us, and we can, I have to open it, and we can say that prayer to Arya Chenrezig. Just a sec. By Dharma King Thangtong Gyalpo. His Holiness was talking about him again this morning, how thanks to him there is the Tibetan script, and now he invited, he made contact with the Chinese and with that statue, and maybe you heard it this morning. So if you keep compassion Buddha, who is enriched with supreme power in your mind, you will be protected from all dangers. First, request Chenrezig for the following things to happen to you, then think that you caused them to happen to all other sentient beings. This is an extremely effective way to generate bodhicitta and the good heart cherishing others. Namo Guru Lokeshvaraya. Please look at me with compassion, universal being enriched with power. Please be my guide and save me, perfect, pure treasure of compassion. I request you, Supreme Arya, compassionate eye-looking one. Please be my captain, liberating me from the great ocean of beginningless samsara, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am obscured by the darkness of ignorance, please be my illuminating light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have a blazing fire of anger towards my enemies, please be the waterfall that extinguishes it, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have violent waves of attachment towards my friends, please help me realize the ultimate nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am bound to my possessions by the knot of miserliness, please be my manager of giving, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am intoxicated by the 5 poisonous delusions, please be my king of medicine, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am disturbed and frightened at the time of death, please show me your face and introduce self-nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am surrounded by the karmic messengers of Yama, please be my refuge and guide, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am traveling the unknown, dangerous paths of the intermediate state, please be my close relative, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am wandering, seeking an uncertain birthplace, please take me to your pure land, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am experiencing the suffering of karma in the womb, please cover me with your tent of light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have taken the body of an unknowing baby, please be my supreme virtuous friend, compassionate eye-looking one. When I always visualize you on my crown, make offerings and praise you, please be my root guru, compassionate eye-looking one. When I visualize you on my heart lotus, make offerings and praise you, please be my mind seal deity and the host of deities, compassionate eye-looking one. When I experience the obstacles of bad outer and inner conditions, please be my Dharma protector and pacify them, compassionate eye-looking one. When my mind is tormented by hunger, thirst, and poverty, please grant whatever attainments I wish, compassionate eye-looking one. When I make requests with the continual sound of the 6 syllables, please always look at me with compassion, compassionate eye-looking one. So after making these requests, you can visualize, and I'm pretty sure that all of you have a Chenrezig initiation. Chenrezig comes to the crown of your head, the lotus melts into him, he melts into white light. That white light through your crown, through your central channel, absorbs into your heart chakra. And as it is doing that, you think you're dissolving your 5 contaminated aggregates together with the 80 conceptions that come from attachment, aversion, and wrong views. You go down to the clear light, which is our pure nature of the mind, which can never be solid, which we can never lose, and that all beings have. And then out of that clear light, you arise in the form of Arya Chenrezig, because he's been blessing you, because we have become aware that my mind, the Guru's mind, Chenrezig's mind, are totally oneness. And then from your body, like you have a disc in your heart, one disc in your heart, on top of it, silver free, around that syllables of the mantra. And then first the light goes out from the syllables of the mantra, filling your whole body. And then from your body, like the sun, you send out light rays to all sentient beings. And the moment it touches them, it transforms them into Chenrezig. And it's totally okay if you put the ones that you have close at heart and you know that they're suffering a lot, that you can put them closest to you. But then we also think about all the beings who are sick from this pandemic, all the beings who suffer mentally, physically, financially, being afraid, being insecure, being angry at the government, and so forth. May they all find peace in this very difficult situation. Thanks to the help of Arya Chenrezig, may they be able to react with compassion, not with anger, not with aversion. And so chant the mantra a few times and as the light goes out, all the beings totally transform into Chenrezig immediately. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Then all the beings have transformed into Arya Chenrezig. They all come back and melt into you and unify with you, and we feel blessed, supported, protected by our own compassion and wisdom, which is definitely our potential. And then we continue with the practice. And so you can think that as we are reciting the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, that you are in the form of Thangtong Gyalpo. You can see the little picture here of Chenrezig Institute. So you might think, oh, it's not very attractive. Doesn't matter, but it's very powerful. And you think that you have the power of speech by reciting this prayer. That makes a huge difference in this pandemic. And also, you know, being convinced that's the best thing you can do at the moment, because what else are we going to do? Getting angry, getting frustrated, getting frightened, getting depressed, it's not helping. Just think, now I'm Thangtong Gyalpo, and my words that I'm going to say will make a big difference and help the whole situation. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Can we do one more time? May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. And then we can dedicate. So again, you can just think of all the beings that you know that are undergoing a lot of problems at the moment, and you think that you're doing the practices for them. Either beings you know, or beings you hear about in the news, or you see, and you suspect. And then we can really rejoice, because today is the main day of the tradition. So, you know, the whole thing, everything we do that is positive multiplies 100 million times. And then if you do the multiplying mantras at the end of the day also, then by 100,000 and another 10,000, I wouldn't be able to calculate that. It's too much. But anyway, it's a lot. And then just to rejoice that we have these wonderful methods, that we're not totally useless and we're not powerless, and we can definitely do something. And then, you know, you can also, then you can already now, you can help others by getting them out of their misery a bit. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and Nirvana lack even one atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses and the pandemic. May all the sicknesses and pandemics, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Ajadara by the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa. Acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drapa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart, in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. Wow, wouldn't that be wonderful? By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, May all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Okay, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantha Barter as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Gyalpa, shine resplendent forever. And then again, for the long life prayers, you're doing them the whole day, and you know, these official ones, but just open up your heart and again, connect with the Guru. And from the bottom of your heart, all your gurus that you know, and foremost, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, all the other teachers, and you ask them and beg them from the bottom of your heart, please, 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 have a long and stable life and keep guiding me until I attain your state. Okay, I forgot to share the screen for these dedications. I just noticed. Anyway.
Thank you, Venerable Sangla.
Thank you, Venerable Kumpen. Hello, Venerable Damchu.
Welcome, Venerable Damchu.
Hello, happy day of miracles.
Happy day of miracles.
Happy day of miracles. Well, for Kumpen is already finished. Are you also in Australia or where are you?
Yes. Also,
okay.
a busy day yesterday.
Huh?
Yeah.
It was a busy day yesterday.
It was a busy day, yeah. For us, it was also a busy day here because I'm in the center in Bern, like in Switzerland. So, but it was nice. It was very beautiful. It was very joyful.
Yeah.
You know, and I was thinking when we recited the long Shakyamuni Buddha Puja in English, also we did it only one time. The rest of the time we did it in German, like the shorter version. And I thought, like, oh my gosh, you know, me. When somebody is trying to harm me, they're only trying to harm me. They don't succeed. I get angry or, you know, a bit closed heart and blah, blah, blah. And then if I look at the Bodhisattva before he was a Buddha, my gosh, he not only doesn't get angry at them, but he actually helps them, you know. So then I thought, ooh, I have a long way to go. But it's so, that puja is so inspiring. I mean, it's like
yes, beautiful.
Yeah. The old stories when he was a bodhisattva, and wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very inspiring.
So,
thank you.
Thank you very much, and have a good Sunday. And I will go to sleep.
Good night.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Okay.
Nice to see you.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Nice to see you, Kunpen.
Nice to see you, Venerable Damchula.
Big day at Chenrezig yesterday.
Yes, but very nice day.
Yeah.
Yeah. And for you?
Yes. Yes. From sun up to sundown. Like that. Yeah, it's good. Now my computer's a little bit dicky this morning. It's kind of putting up messages for me that I don't know what it's about. So you're there. So if I suddenly disappear, I'll try and get back on.
Okay,
just
no
warn you
problem.
that it is a little bit strange. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Anyway, like at the moment, there's a strange message there. But anyway, it's
okay.
like it's trying to update or something, but it shouldn't be because I do my updates on a Friday. So I don't know what's going on.
Okay, we'll see. Yeah, hope it will be okay.
Do you need anything? Are you okay?
Yes, very good. Thank you. Thank you
Ah,
so much.
That's
Thank
good.
you.
That's good. Please say hello to Geshe Tsultrim as well. And wish
Thank
him a
you.
happy day of miracles for yesterday.
Yeah, I will tell him. Thank you so
And
much.
tell him I'm still alive, not dead yet. All
Please
right.
live long.
Yes. All right, so we'll start the practice following Venerable Rita. So hello and welcome to anyone who's joining us, not necessarily on Zoom, but who's watching this on YouTube later. Welcome. It is the Day of Miracles was yesterday in Australia, which is where I am. There are some parts of the world who are still on the Day of Miracles, so on that basis, we're gaining immense merit. So this particular practice, we're working on liberating from disease. So we're starting off thinking about all the beings, all the people that we know and don't know, who are part of the statistics of our various countries, who currently are battling the COVID disease. So they're sick or very sick or ill with this disease. So just bringing to mind as best you're able, thoughts, some sort of image of thoughts of those people, what they might be going through, their anxiety and their fear, their distress. Similarly, those who are caring for them, the dedication of the carers, the nursing and medical staff, all medical components, doctors and respiratory therapists and the technicians that are all required to keep people on ventilation. It's quite enormous, the number of people involved in something like that. So all of those people who are currently working their shift today, but also all those who have got the day off, who are not working but are still part of that network. So just bringing to mind some thoughts about all those people. So then also the families and friends of both those who are ill and also those that are doing the caring roles, including all those ones that we talked about. So then thinking about spreading that awareness out to beyond perhaps the boundaries of a hospital, to those who are in quarantine facilities, have returned from overseas and are doing, in Australia, doing 14 days quarantine, but in some countries they're in their own homes and doing quarantine. Those who have been recently diagnosed and haven't developed severe illness, but are still in that state of needing to restrict their activities, that in itself can create, such an enormous amount of anxiety and stress for people. So thinking about all those beings. So then there's a whole support network that supports those people and the broader community. So the people who run the medical clinics, the laboratories who do the testing, the people who do the testing, the people who deliver the tests. So then also all the people in our food systems and our energy systems, anyone related to any of those services, including, from those who stack the shelves or man the till to drive the items pick them up from the warehouse and bring them to the supermarkets, or maintain the lines so there's electricity and gas. So it's really trying to think about all those people who are contributing such immense energy to and effort to trying to help those who are in distress with COVID or related to that. Then also thinking in particular any of the people that you know who perhaps are experiencing the illness or have particular anxiety about perhaps worry about catching the disease. So, you know, it's, the world is really in an incredible situation of the possibility of lots and lots of suffering simply from fear. So this is what this prayer is for, to try and liberate people from this fear. So Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche so kindly has enabled us to do this process. So then if you can visualize in the space in front of you or above the crown of your head, either the image that's here or of Chenrezig, Avalokiteshvara, or if that's difficult, even an image of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, or your own special guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, or others, whomever is the epitome of compassion and love. So then above the crown of your head, and they're looking down upon us with great love and compassion, not only on you yourself, but those family members and friends around you, but also all the other people that we spoke about, that we brought to mind at the beginning, and we then take refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assemblies of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So having recited these verses, thinking that it's like you've said, you know, here I am and I'm about to start the prayers, you know, I'm putting full faith and trust in you to help me do these prayers. And it's through us, it's like we become a channel of the love and compassion from whichever being you have visualized on the crown of your head. So as we recite the mantra, which we'll do between each verse, visualizing that love and light and energy and nectar is flowing down through you to all sentient beings from Chenrezig above the crown, or His Holiness, your Guru, whichever one is most comfortable for you. So what we will do is read each verse and then do a round of Om Mani Padme Hums in between. So if you've got your mala ready. So then the actual prayer: may all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grubber spirits, illness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padma Hum, 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 Om Mani Padma Hum. Mani Padma Hum, Om 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 Mani Padma Hum. Mani Padma Hum, Om 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 Mani Padma Hum. Mani Padma Hum, Mani Padma Hum, Mani Padma Hum. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher needing an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. So recalling all those people and the image, the visualization of the Buddha's love and compassion streaming down and into their bodies and minds and making them totally happy. Om Mani Padma Hum, 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 Mani Padma Hum, Om 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 Mani Padma Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. So particularly thinking about those that are experiencing extreme anxiety, whether they are the sufferers of the disease, their family, friends, the carers, or just people in general, in the general community who have high levels of anxiety around this disease. Om Mani Padma Hum. Just think the light and nectar is streaming down and purifying, taking away all that fear for them. Om Mani Padma Hum, Om Mani Padma Hum, Om Mani Padma Hum, Om Mani Padma Hum. Mani Padma Hum, 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 Mani Padma Hum. Mani Padma Hum. So thinking all those people are relieved of their anxiety, the suffering that is created by the thoughts that are going on in their minds. So next verse. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers and the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases and so forth. So this is particularly useful for us to recall not only COVID, but many, many diseases, many afflictions, people's fear, their pride, their anger, many things are causing harm. So thinking again of all those beings at the beginning that we thought about, all those people related to COVID, but also then thinking as well other people who are not directly being affected, but who are angry about the disease has been let go, that people are dying and they feel frustrated and hopeless. And so there's so much anxiety and so much pain that has been created by this. People also have many other diseases, you know, that their health needs are becoming secondary because COVID has taken over a lot of resources. So thinking about those other people in particular, that love and compassion streams into them. Oh, Mani Padma Hum, 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 Mani Padma Hum. Mani Padma Hum, 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 Mani Padma Hum. Mani Padma Hum, 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 Mani Padma Hum. Mani Padma Hum, 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 Mani Padma Mani Padma Hum, 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 Mani Padma Hum. Mani Padma Hum, 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 Mani Padma Hum. So then thinking further about those particular beings who are not sick with COVID, but have other disturbances. We'll do the next verse. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. So just thinking in this moment, visualizing all those people that we visualized earlier on, and then the additions that they've all, as you're reciting the mantra, they all become completely purified, are endowed with long life, good health and well-being. Om Mani Padma Hum, 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 Om Mani Padma Hum. Mani Padma Hum, 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 Mani Padma Hum. Mani Padma Hum, 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 Mani Padma Hum. Mani Padma Hum, 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 And now that all beings have confidence that the Buddhas have, through us, delivered the goods, and that all beings are happy and well. And then we dedicate, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So going on to the dedications. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arise, not decline but increase more and more. Samsara nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, cause and effect and dependent arising or unbetraying. I seek a blessing to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary, not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from sickness. And may all sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, and may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as your direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path, highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire and wind, medicine and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings, and they like and without resistance, as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. May I hold them as more precious than myself. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as sentient beings have not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. So sealing with the merits with emptiness, so the millions and trillions of merits that we've accumulated by doing this practice, due to all the past, present and future merits, collected by me and numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from their own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from their own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by the one gone beyond, victorious ones of the three times, in order to have good conduct. So then recalling His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, his great compassion and wisdom, his great example for us, from the bottom of our hearts, wishing that both he and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche and all our teachers live long lives. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparable kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subdued moral way, who serves as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Magic Heart's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers, honouring the three sublime ones, saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you, everyone. Good morning, good evening.
Good evening. No, good evening to us. Almost good night. Hi, good morning, Damcho. How are you?
I'm well. How are you, Venerable?
I'm very well, thank you. Yes, it's been a long day, since this morning. We woke up 4 o'clock for His Holiness vows of bodhicitta, and then it's been a long day because I've been also translating for Kyabje Lama Rinpoche, Sensab Rinpoche teaching that were being organized by Tushita Center. It would be really nice, Sensab Rinpoche is fantastic. And then this afternoon we had some ritual at the institute, and so just like then it's okay. I will finish the day of miracles with this.
I rejoice
marathon. It's
in
my
your
unusual
wonderful
thing. This
effort.
one. This is my unusual. Anyway, it's nice to see you.
Yeah,
Everything
nice
okay
to
with
see
you?
you
Your health
too.
is okay? Your
Yes,
health
good.
is okay?
Yes, good.
Yes, good.
And you?
Where are you, in Chenrezig?
No, in near a Tisha Center.
Ah, just Bendigo, more or
Yes.
less.
Yes.
Nearby, okay.
With your friend Andy.
Nice, but you are in. Yes, I know my friend Andy. I miss him. I was almost traveling last year, and then they put us in lockdown, and so wow. Anyway, we enjoy so much Rinpoche's teaching this time. That was fantastic. Okay, nice to see you, dear. Take care and
have a good
enjoy
day.
the rest of your day.
Bye
Bye.
bye,
Ciao,
everyone.
ciao.
Bye bye. Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Chenrezig Audio.
Oh, yes, of course, Chenrezig. Thank you very much, the Chenrezig team that have been so much supportive to us in these weeks. It's just like amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank
just like
you.
without you, we couldn't do this. So thank you. Thank you, Chenrezig Institute. Okay, so this is my unusual time, and then I will finish the day for us in Italy. And then I'm going to do this practice in Italian, okay? Ho appena finito di ringraziare le persone del Chenrezig Institute che ci hanno aiutato in tutti questi mesi e hanno sostenuto questo ritiro praticamente che stiamo facendo tutti i sabati, 24 ore di preghiere di Thangtong Gyalpo con la recitazione del mantra domani Padme Hum, ed è veramente una bellissima esperienza perché ci porta insieme tutti quanti da tutte le parti del mondo, per cui creiamo questo network, questa rete di energia positiva che cerchiamo di infondere in questo pianeta, in questo piccolo pianeta che confronta l'universo e niente, e stiamo sperimentando questo veramente inusuale karma collettivo di chissà che cosa abbiamo fatto nel passato per sperimentare tutti insieme avere tutti insieme questa esperienza. Di sicuro è il risultato di qualche tipo di karma negativo, però ognuno di noi questo momento, questo periodo lo sta vivendo in maniera diversa. Di sicuro una cosa fondamentale ed importantissima che Lama Zopa Rinpoche ripete sempre: non si muore perché uno viene contagiato dal virus, non si muore perché uno prende il virus. La ragione per cui si muore è che siamo nati, per cui prima o poi questo arriverà di sicuro, non è un qualche cosa, sembra quasi, nella nostra cultura, sembra quasi che sia una cosa, una sorpresa, oh è morto, e no, è la cosa più naturale del mondo, è proprio il fatto che si muore. Bisognerebbe essere sorpresi del fatto di essere vivi, perché ci sono più cause di morte che non cause di sostenere la vita, o anche le cose che sostengono la vita diventano cause di morte. Per cui dovremmo imparare a cercare a comprendere che la morte è un qualcosa che è assolutamente naturale, che avverrà di sicuro, non solamente per che uno è malato o o possono avvenire per un incidente, muoiono le persone giovani, muoiono le persone vecchie, muoiono le persone ricche, muoiono le persone povere, quindi non c'è assolutamente nessuna distinzione, la certezza di quando questo avverrà non è sicuro, per quello dobbiamo essere completamente sicuri, bisogna essere completamente preparati per quel momento. E la distanza dal momento che siamo vivi al momento che si muore è soltanto un respiro. Il respiro esce, bam, non entra più. Quello è il momento in cui siamo morti, ok? E poi nei testi è anche detto, non siamo sicuri se verrà prima, domani ci sarà prima la nostra futura rinascita o se ci sveglieremo la mattina. Quindi qualche cosa che dovremmo cercare di avere in mente e cercare di familiarizzare con questo. Familiarizzare con questa idea che è una cosa assolutamente naturale, che non c'è niente di sorprendente nel morire, anche se le persone in generale fanno una gran storia, oh poverino è morto, quasi come se fosse una punizione il morire. E questo l'idea, secondo me, un po' errata, di pensare che morire è una punizione o che dovrebbero morire soltanto le persone cattive. No, non c'è assolutamente, bisognerebbe togliersi dalla testa questo, perché morire è semplicemente una cosa naturale. Dal primo momento che veniamo ad esistere, proprio per il fatto che siamo il prodotto di cause e condizioni, dal primo momento della nostra esistenza comincia il processo della disintegrazione. In questo processo c'è, diciamo, una crescita e il nostro corpo cambia attimo dopo attimo, attimo dopo attimo. C'è appunto una impermanenza molto sottile che noi non percepiamo, ma sappiamo benissimo che cambiamo attimo dopo attimo, perché non siamo certo come eravamo 20 anni fa o 30 anni fa, c'è stato un cambiamento, però il cambiamento non è avvenuto così, bam, all'improvviso, è arrivato piano piano, piano piano, piano piano, piano piano. Ok? Quindi è una cosa assolutamente naturale. Se poi uno vuole fermare il tempo, dire no, non invecchio, devo essere sempre giovane, avere sempre la faccia tirata, avere sempre i capelli di un certo colore, eccetera, non può non accettare quello che si è, quando in realtà la cosa importante è quello di nutrire continuamente la nostra capacità di percepire la realtà in accordo a delle visioni realistiche. Quindi familiarizzare con l'impermanenza, familiarizzare con il fatto che tutti quanti i fenomeni cambiano attimo dopo attimo, dipendono dalle loro parti e sia fenomeni materiali che fenomeni interiori, nel senso delle nostre emozioni, dipendono da come noi interpretiamo le cose. Un esempio molto banale, adesso vedo, non so, questa penna, può essere qualsiasi oggetto, ma al primo momento che mi stimolano un'emozione positiva, allora dico, ah, bellissima! E quando gli ho dato questa etichetta bellissima, sorge il desiderio di volerla possedere, ok? Ecco, ci sembra che la penna stessa è bella dalla sua parte, senza pensare che è perché noi le diamo l'etichetta di bella. Quell'emozione che sorge nell'attrazione che sorge, anche quell'attrazione che sorge sembra una cosa esistente di per sé stessa, che non dipende dalla sensazione che ho avuto da questo oggetto e divento un tutt'uno con quell'emozione. Ecco, quello che noi dovremmo imparare a vedere è riconoscere tutto questo processo. Questo quindi vale sia per gli oggetti che sono attraenti, gli oggetti che invece sono che non ci piacciono troppo, per cui generiamo avversione. Quindi dall'avversione sorge proprio il desiderio di distanziarci da quell'oggetto e non solo cominciamo a generare avversione sempre di più, vediamo soltanto i difetti, quindi esageriamo la bruttezza o la cattiveria di una determinata persona, così generiamo odio fino al punto che le azioni che noi facciamo nei confronti di quella persona sono motivate da rancore, che ci siamo identificati completamente in quell'emozione e quindi diventano causa di danno per l'altra persona e anche per noi stessi. Ok, questo tanto per dare un'idea di come c'è questa evoluzione dentro di noi. E quello che noi dobbiamo cercare di fare è di nutrire la conoscenza, il modo di percepire i fenomeni in accordo a quella che è la realtà. Quindi anche, tornando al discorso di prima, si muore perché siamo nati. Non c'è nessuna altra causa particolare. Quindi in questo periodo stiamo vivendo un'esperienza veramente inusuale, di sicuro un karma negativo collettivo che stiamo sperimentando, però noi in qualche modo siamo molto fortunati perché abbiamo la capacità di utilizzare questa situazione particolare per promuovere un modo di vedere le cose che sia realistico e utilizzare questa situazione per coltivare gli stati mentali positivi, quindi cercare di purificare il karma negativo che abbiamo accumulato non soltanto per noi stessi, ma per tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi. Dedicandolo per tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi, automaticamente lo stiamo dedicando per noi stessi. Quindi penso che sia veramente una cosa veramente straordinaria, fantastica oggi poter concludere la nostra giornata, la giornata dei miracoli, che durante la quale tutte quante le azioni positive che si fanno si moltiplicano di 100 milioni di volte, e per chi di noi si è svegliato questa mattina e ha preso i voti di bodhicitta con Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, generiamo questo sentimento profondo di rallegrarci per aver avuto questa opportunità, perché come diceva Sacco Rinpoche oggi, è una cosa che non dobbiamo dare per scontato, il fatto che Sua Santità dia i voti di bodhicitta. Addirittura appunto ha menzionato che a Tisha da Sir Limpa li ha ricevuti soltanto una volta, quindi ogni volta che Sua Santità gli dà è bene cercare di prenderli, e adesso oggi se li abbiamo presi cerchiamo di rallegrarci di questo impegno che lui ci ha dato, l'impegno di coltivare infinito amore e compassione e cercare di motivare tutte quante le azioni che noi facciamo in quella direzione. Motivando le nostre azioni in quel modo, automaticamente facendo il bene a noi stessi. Quando pensiamo a tutti quanti gli esseri senzienti, tutti gli esseri senzienti, siamo compresi anche noi in tutti questi esseri senzienti. Non è che noi non ci siamo negli esseri senzienti, quindi stiamo facendo del bene per tutti quanti, inclusi noi stessi. E non solo pensando agli altri, il nostro cuore si apre sempre di più, diventa sempre più vasto. Se pensiamo soltanto io, è veramente una visione limitata e perdiamo l'opportunità di rallegrarci per le cose buone che succedono agli altri. Ok, smetto di parlare, adesso particolarmente cerchiamo di generare questa motivazione intensa e ricordarci che appunto abbiamo questa rinascita umana, abbiamo questa capacità di discernere e possiamo effettivamente scegliere se pensare in una maniera ristretta o una maniera più vasta, e particolarmente pensiamo che stiamo dedicando tutta quanta la nostra energia affinché tutti quanti noi possiamo purificare questo karma negativo, e in particolare purificando questo karma negativo non è che noi eviteremo la morte, ma per poter affrontare qualsiasi situazione che si presenterà nella nostra esistenza con una mente serena ed essere in grado di utilizzare qualsiasi cosa per il sentiero verso l'illuminazione. Quindi ci mettiamo seduti per qualche istante nelle posizioni corrette di meditazione, con la spina dorsale dritta. Cerchiamo di rilassare il nostro corpo, facciamo andare i pensieri e piano piano portiamo la nostra attenzione al movimento naturale del respiro. E con la motivazione di non voler più sperimentare assolutamente nessun tipo di sofferenza e le cause della sofferenza. Visualizziamo di fronte a noi Sua Santità il Dalai Lama o Lama Zopa Rinpoche o Guru Buddha Shakyamuni, Chenrezig o qualsiasi immagine, qualsiasi figura che rappresenti per noi l'infinito amore, l'infinita compassione. Possiamo visualizzare di fronte a noi oppure sul nostro capo e pensando alle qualità della mente illuminata di Buddha Shakyamuni, di Guru Chenrezig o Thangtong Gyalpo. Immaginiamo che effettivamente noi possiamo ottenere le stesse identiche qualità e immaginiamo che una doccia, una pioggia di nettare e luce dal loro cuore fuoriesce, entra attraverso il nostro capo e pervade completamente il nostro corpo, con raggi di luce bianca che purificano completamente tutti quanti i nostri ostacoli all'ottenimento delle nostre più alte realizzazioni. Possiamo visualizzare tutti quanti gli esseri viventi intorno a noi, alla nostra destra, tutti gli esseri maschili a partire dal nostro padre, alla nostra sinistra, tutti quanti gli esseri femminili a partire dalla nostra madre, dietro tutti quelli che consideriamo amici, le persone che ci sono care, e di fronte le persone sconosciute, le persone anche che consideriamo come i nostri nemici, che non ci piacciono, che ci causano dei problemi. Quindi dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, dei divinità meditative dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Quindi visualizziamo appunto che la luce, nettare, vengono dal cuore di questi esseri illuminati. In particolare possiamo visualizzare Thangtong Gyalpo o Chenrezig, Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, o maestro che vi ispira, che stimola dentro di voi queste qualità di infinito amore e compassione, mentre recitiamo il mantra. Omani peme, omani peme, omani peme, omani peme, omani peme, omani peme, peme, omani peme, omani peme, omani peme, peme, omani 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 peme, mani peme, omani peme, omani peme, omani peme, peme, omani peme, omani peme, mani peme, mani peme, mani peme, mani peme, mani peme, mani peme, peme, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Mani 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 Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Ora recitiamo una preghiera effettiva di Thangtong Gyalpo, pensando al significato della preghiera, al significato delle parole della preghiera. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati agli spiriti, dalle malattie, dai bhuta, dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa, qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che, come macellare, che portano ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei treni, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani. E con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti dalle malattie, dai buti degli elementi, non verificarsi nei rami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separare il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, possono utili essere incarnati, essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, e qui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizzati gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono utili essere incarnati e non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze annose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere talmente pacificata che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei Dakini, dei protettori dei Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza di infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come danni causati agli spiriti dalle malattie e dai buti degli elementi non verificarsi nei rami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e da altre malattie infettive, e quel semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere talmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei Dakini, dei protettori dei Dharma, dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora facciamo la preghiera di dedica. Ops. Sono qua. Con le strofe di dedica. Per realizzare bodhicitta. Soprattutto pensiamo ai meriti che abbiamo accumulato questa giornata. E se abbiamo preso i voti bodhicitta cerchiamo di tenerli saldi nella nostra mente, fare in modo che non degenerino mai, e tutti i giorni cerchiamo di rinnovarli. Chanchu Senchu Rinpoche Ma Kye Pa Na Kye Yurchim Ye Pa Nya Pa Me Pa Yin Gone Gondru Pewar. Possa la prestosamente suprema di bodhicitta sorgere in chi ancora non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre più. Poi per realizzare la facoltà, samsara e nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa d'effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato e pensiero di Nagarjuna, e questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Poi per i malati, ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ripetiamo altre 2 volte. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori avvenire mai più senza eccezione. E poi dedichiamo per essere sempre usati dagli esseri senzienti come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine, il legno d'arte, le foreste. Possa io essere sempre usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita? Posso io considerare ancora di più che di me stessa? Posso il loro karma negativo maturare su di me? Posso tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro? Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, posso dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Posso diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze di esseri trasmigratori. Poi ancora, soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi, ricordarmi e anche toccandomi o parlando con me, possono tutte le sofferenze di quegli esseri venire immediatamente pacificate e possa esserci felicità per sempre. Poi se eseguiamo meriti con la vacuità, per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e del futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddhi, innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Dedicare come fecero i Buddha, i Bodhisattva del passato, come l'eroe Manjushri, come Samantabhata hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguire nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema di tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tuoi tempi per avere una condotta pura. Affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del Dharma, Tsongkhapa prosperi, possono tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei 3 tipi di meriti, dei 3 tipi di me stesso e degli altri, possono gli insegnamenti del vittorioso lo Zandrapa illuminare e splendere per sempre. Per la lunga vita di santità e Dalai Lama. Gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjushri, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere che onora i 3 supremi. Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. No. Grazie a tutti quanti. Grazie. Hello.
Hello, Venerable Ciliana. How's Italy?
Grazie a te. Oh, hi, Chucky. It's okay, kind of, you know.
Good to see you.
I heard that there in
very
Australia,
soft on the computer,
when
so
you
I can't
have
hear you
one
very well
case-
from here. That's okay.
pardon?
Okay.
What did you say?
Happy Chotrul Chen.
Happy Chotrul Duchen is finished for you. For us, is on the way to finish. Nice to see you, Chucky. Maybe see you next week. Ciao. Bye-bye.
Ciao. Ciao. Ciao, ciao. Okay. So zooming back to Australia here at Chenrezig Institute, and for those still celebrating Chotrul Chen, happy Chotrul Chen in many parts of the world. And actually we can all still celebrate, because in India, we're going by Indian time and it's not yet sunrise there. So with the Tibetan astrology, that means still 100 million times a merit every moment. So wow. And here, morning has dawned. We had a wonderful day yesterday with all our celebrations here in Australia, as many others elsewhere. Well, here at Chenrezig, where we started with sutra recitation, which we were doing for all of the 15 days of miracles, and then sometimes joining with Tashita, sometimes doing ourselves independently, and then the hanging of the tanka, the giant Chenrezig tanka out on the Nalanda Master's lawn, and there was offerings, and then there was a lot of Mongolians, a lot of Bhutanese, and a lot of chai. That's the most important thing here, apparently. And of course, what wonderful opportunity with His Holiness the Dalai Lama to I again take Bodhisattva vows and His Holiness wonderful, wonderful teachings and Jataka tales and Nagarjuna and so forth. And then also we had Shakyamuni Buddha Puja in the evening, and I was listening also Geshe Tenzin Dzogpa very kindly for Australia, but everyone in the world could join in, giving some inspirational talks and also reading some of the prayers of the Buddha's past lives, and reminding us that, you know, there's still time to make 100 million times the merit. So time hasn't run out yet. So as Lama Zopa says, at the beginning of each day, after you open your eyes until enlightenment is achieved and until death, and especially today, so all the activities of your body, speech and mind, hearing, thinking and meditating, as well as walking, sitting, sleeping, doing your job of this prayerathon, Thangtong Gyalpo and so on, do not become the cause of suffering and instead become the cause of happiness, and especially they become the causes to achieve Buddhahood, transforming them in a method to accomplish benefit and happiness for all sentient beings, transforming the mind into holy Dharma and especially into bodhicitta. With that infinite altruistic mind, reciting the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go through refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So visualizing all sentient beings, infinite like space, in other words, every atom of space around you, family and friends behind, those you're not familiar with all around, and then particularly those we have difficulty with seated in front, because of course we want to put them behind, but on the basis of which we develop compassion. These are our objects of compassion, of great compassion, of altruistic compassion, bodhicitta, the mind of enlightenment. And all of these sentient beings arising in human form, along with us, engaging in this practice multiplies the merit itself by as much as every atom of space that you can visualize all these sentient beings arising. And taking refuge along with you. And then in front, visualizing the objects of refuge arising in the form of Buddha Shakyamuni, or like here, Buddha Tara, Arya Chenrezig, whatever manifestation of a Buddha, thinking all the lineage lamas or the yidams or the gurus, same, inseparable. And particularly at this time of Chotul Duchen, we can think particularly Shakyamuni Buddha turning the wheel of Dharma in this world system and manifesting miraculous deeds to quell the minds, pacify the minds of those doubters, the Tirthakas. And pacifying our minds, turning our minds to Dharma. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So we can think of all those deeds of the Buddha manifesting in the world, all the teachings, all the qualities of the Buddha, our own connection with the Buddha through our precious gurus, same, one with the Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So allowing your mind to rest in that infinite space, unobstructed space and clarity, luminosity of your own mind, uncomplicated mind, non-conceptual, non-dual, which is ultimately the Dharmakaya, our own Dharma wisdom body, the ultimate Dharma jewel. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So having set this vast space refuge, the form of going for refuge given by Arya Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha Chenrezig, to Karnakpa Paljo Sherab, and by him to Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, himself a Buddha, and afterwards providing infinite benefit for all living beings. So we can again re-establish our connection with all these living beings on every atom of space around us. And thinking above our crown and above their crown, the Buddha Chenrezig arises in whatever form is comfortable for you, in the form of all the light, of all the compassion of all the Buddhas above your crown and above the crown of all sentient beings. Or we can think of any figure who for us represents infinite altruistic compassion, not even a moment thinking of their selves, but always benefiting, wishing to benefit others. So as you feel comfortable, seeing arising that figure above your crown and the crown of all the beings around you, and we'll recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, the jewel and the lotus. We can think the jewel at the heart of Chenrezig, which is compassion, a great compassion, bodhicitta, and the lotus of wisdom, and the union of method and wisdom. So as we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, nectar and light rays comes down from the heart of Chenrezig, or whatever embodiment you have above the crown of yourself and all other sentient beings in the nature of light. And this healing energy comes down throughout your whole nervous system, throughout your whole body, through all the cells and atoms of your being and those of all the beings around you, healing, soothing, calming, pacifying body and mind. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme And then this emanation of infinite altruistic compassion above the crown of your head and those of all sentient beings dissolves into an orb of light, which is the essence of infinite altruistic compassion, which melts down like snowflakes through your crown, through their crowns, and comes, softens, warmed by the heart of compassion, and like awakening your own precious jewel of compassion at your heart, that inner resource to cultivate, to grow, and connecting that jewel of compassion from your heart to the jewel of compassion, all the hearts of all other sentient beings around you. And the vibrations of that mantra resounding in space, and that heart connection, infinite altruistic compassion, loving concern for each other, which overrides all our afflictions, all our neuroses, all our isolation. Here we were saying compassionate distancing. So being physically distant, but heart connection. And with that heart connection, with that mind watered by the compassion, softened, we recite the actual prayer, liberating Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, it's so true, isn't it? even physical illness can bring our minds down. And then when you feel better, suddenly that mind lifts and you realize, oh yes, I was sick, that sort of feeling. So even on that minor scale, let alone, you know, the fear of COVID and the maybe fear of the pandemic never ending, you know, as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche gave us this opportunity and instruction to engage in this prayerathon until the pandemic declines. Has now been how many months? Nearly 6 months we've been reciting. Of course, the pandemic a lot longer, well over a year now. And we still see, you know, in many places more and more cases arising, you know, in the US where there are over 500,000 deaths. That's phenomenal, isn't it? And other places of the world, maybe more. Not sure. India and South America and places in Europe and UK. How dear precious friends and all those beings affected, all the frontliners, all the medics, the police, we're all affected, isn't it? All the world leaders, you know, at local level up to world level, having to make these hard decisions for the world. Our lives have definitely changed in many ways over the past year. Of course, one most precious change is we connect with each other internationally on Zoom. So we're physically distant, but connected, right? Connected in our practice. So precious. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, we like that temporary word, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, so we can think of all the life-threatening diseases in the world. This is a time, as the medicine Buddhas declared, you know, so of course, I say yesterday here, but also for some people still today, you know, the 15th of the first month, marking the medicine Buddha, a time we typically do medicine Buddha puja, and also actually marking the start of the great Monline Prayer Festival established by Lama Tsongkhapa, you know, during these 15 days to maximize, because 100 million times a merit every day, great prayer festival. And of course, many places in the world not able to have the prayer festival. And so Lama Zopa Rinpoche advised for those Sangha in Kopan to go into retreat instead of having the prayer festival. And then His Holiness the Dalai Lama gave a different sort of prayer festival through his transmissions yesterday. And yeah, I think yesterday for us, maybe still today for some people, in terms of when His Holiness gave the teaching. You know, for all of us, this mind of compassion, wishing all beings to be free from whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant. So the breath goes out and the next breath doesn't come in. Not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. As we see in the Wheel of Life, you know, I was talking to, having a conversation with one of the nuns yesterday who was relaying about one of the Tanka painters, whose his main practice is the Wheel of Life, right? You know, that gives us all the teachings of the Buddha about how we're caught, trapped in the jaws of Yama, and the fangs and the claws on the feet, toes. In this, wherever we take rebirth in samsara, there's no avoiding being caught in the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. Totally pacified. Totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. So of course we always pray for the long life, good health and well-being of our precious gurus, inseparable from the Buddha. And then us as their devoted students to continue our practice, continue our study, continue to progress on the path according to our capacity and our determination, have long life, good health and well-being to enable us to continue to do that in this world, in this very life. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Think of all the dedications and all the prayers of all those beings, particularly through these 15 days of miracles, particularly the most auspicious one now of Chokto Drüchen, 100 million times the merit of all those prayers and dedications, sealing that to grow and grow the precious mind of bodhicitta in our mind, in the minds of all beings. May the precious mind of bodhicitta, not yet born, arise and grow. May that born have no decline, but increase more and more. Evadihino dudam Rama Sangye Rugyone Towan Chikam Malupam Sala And the long life prayers for our precious lamas, for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Jikten Kandi Ende Malupa Kangle Jungwe Sampel Yejino Kadin Sume Tinsin Yahot Solam Sovadir So Tujelun Rosho Tani Ninje Sundu Shokeram Chechezoje Kanchen Tenru Chagna Pemo Tenzin Yatsolam Sovadev So Shedun Lundrushu. And And for the long life of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Tu su shan shin jam gun yawe. Tenzin gom bewe konzo du pose. Chusum ko wele mon tu tu. Adhan su do she gundu japti shu. And sealing all the merits with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times, collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, a mere hallucination, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, dependent arising, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, which exists in their name, to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, merely labeled by the mind, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So thank you very much. Handing over now. We're topping and tailing. I'll top and tail with you. I'll come back at the end. Good to see you.
Oh, okay. So nice to see you. That's nice to know. Okay.
Yeah. So
nice to see all the Taras, I think.
I know, beautiful.
Yeah.
Lama Zopa last time here gave the instructions for the altar, and Geshe-la drew up the design, and a wonderful cabinet maker made all these, you know, for the Taras. So they've got their beautiful new abode.
Oh, it's wonderful. Okay,
Yeah.
See you in a while.
See you in a while.
Yes. Good morning, good evening to everyone. Happy Losar. So glad to be with you. I'm Tenzin Toyang in New York City. Spring is coming. Vaccinations are coming. May we have a healthy, peaceful, blessed year on earth and in the 10 directions. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And again, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And the third time, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now, at our own pace, individually, we'll recite the Mani mantra for just a couple of minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum.
Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Now we'll go to beautiful glance meditation on the Lam Rim. This one is called Method to Transform a Suffering Life into Happiness, including Enlightenment. And this is composed by or transmitted by Dorje Chang Losang Jinpa. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue, in the glorious holy gurus, I take refuge. Please, gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Narsang and Bodhisattva always crying, in correctly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Independence upon that. Even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a deva or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free of samsara. Independence upon that, even if I achieve mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the six types who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then, please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons, the six paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then, please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life, and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart, guide me with your great kindness, and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. And now a verse from Kadampa Geshe Langri Tangpa's 8 Verses of Thought Transformation. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit for all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. And now a verse from Aryasura's prayer in 70 stanzas. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And now some verses from Shantideva's A Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all the beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want a light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant, may I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing, powerful mantra, accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth, great medicine, curing every sickness, a wish-fulfilling tree, satisfying every need, and a wish-granting cow for all beings. Like the 4 great elements, the earth and so forth, and like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times and in all ways for the realms of sentient beings, equaling the extent of space until they all attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. And now we will move on to the prayer liberating Sakya from disease, and just a little bit of backstory from the colophon. Once an epidemic was spreading from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya monastery in Tibet. Whatever the mantric masters tried, the red crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo performed the space refuge, recited a number of Vani mantras, and proclaimed the following prayer that we will do 3 times, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased in dependence upon its performance. Thereby, this prayer became renowned as the Vajra speech, radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled the Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. May all the diseases that sat in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now for a second time, the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sat in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we'll do the prayer a third time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And I think we have time for one recitation of another prayer by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, a request to pacify the fear of famine. So I'll read again a little bit of the backstory from the colophon. In Tibet, when a great fear of famine caused by bad harvest, frost, hail, and the like arose, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo offered a begging bowl full of grain in front of the Gyalpo Rinpoche in Lhasa and made prayers. As a result of this, those endowed with the appropriate karma saw Arya Avalokiteshvara bringing down a rain of grain from the sky over the land of Tibet. This blessed Vajra speech and also liberates all living beings from the sufferings of hunger and thirst. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings. You, the compassionate, victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations, the assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, curers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love. And then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let a rain fall of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, wealth, food, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows and in all the 10 directions. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rains, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase as they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties, through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy life, long life, free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And now for dedication verses. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not arise. May it arise now and not decline, but increase more and more. For the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. And to meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes, in all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana guru in all our future lives, by the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. And for the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And now, very briefly, we'll seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Thank you so much. Many, many blessings.
Thank you very much, Palian La. It's so wonderful to touch base with you every week. And reciting that prayer as you did of Thangtong Gyalpo, pacifying the fear of famine, reminded me when Lama Zopa Rinpoche gave the transmission a year ago of the three prayers, the famine, against conflict, and of course this one, liberating the Sakya from disease. Then Rinpoche said that famine will come, there'll be a pandemic and famine, and not long afterwards WHO said, and then there'll be famine. I was like, oh, that's a bit scary, it's a bit too quick, but let's hope we create the causes for that not to arise in the world. Thank you very much for that reminder. And happy Chocho Du Chen. You're still celebrating there in New York, right?
Right, we're still celebrating for a few hours more. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. So,
all right. So beautiful to see you and the Taras.
Yes, absolutely, especially Taras. Wow, wow, wow.
All right.
Okay.
See you again.
Maybe see you next week.
I hope so. Go well. Bye.
Okay, so we're nearing the end of our prayerathon for this week, fitting in with the time in India pre-sunrise. Choto Du Chen still happening. And setting our motivation then, our vast motivation, this past few weeks actually, there seems to be in the different teachings I'm zooming into, great emphasis on appreciating our precious human body. Of course, COVID has given us that great appreciation, those of us who are in good health and have the capacity to continue on with our practice and so forth, and having all the leisures and endowments. As I think, it's as good as it gets this lifetime. This is as good as it gets. So don't look for, in terms of the conditions we have, right? We can make our life better, but all the conditions are here. Don't need to look for any other conditions. So I always tell myself, if you're not going to do it now, when? Anyway, so the verse is here. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedom and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes. That action and results are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. As Arya Chenrezig, the tears coming, and then Tara arising on the lotus, green Tara and white Tara, and Tara saying, don't give up, I'll help Tara, the swift liberator. Prisoners love Tara, the swift liberator. Some of them take it a bit too literally and say, I liberated myself. In other words, they escaped from prison, which means they go back in for longer. We don't encourage that, of course. It's not what you meant. The prison of samsara, of course. Difficult to find and easily perishes. Action and results are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to the Dharma. And of course, as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, translates, rather than the three triple gem or three jewels, three rare sublime ones, to remind us Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha are supreme, the most, more sublime than a mere jewel of this world system. So that's the idea here. And so with that, then turning to, once again, to the Vajraspita Mahasiddhi, Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So we can reflect well here, as we have been over this last couple of weeks, last 15 days of Choto Du Chen, of actually, the days of miracles of the Buddha manifesting those deeds for those holding wrong views or not convinced and so forth. Normally, normally beings who have these siddhis, have these abilities, would not manifest these deeds, but where it is seen beneficial in the world. And so we commemorate that time right now, so we can reflect on, well, the qualities of the Buddha, which are ultimately our own innate precious qualities, that the Buddha manifested those deeds and showed us the path to show us how, on the basis of this precious human rebirth, we too can attain enlightenment on this body. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. So we can also reflect well on the qualities of the three rare sublime ones: the Buddha, inseparable from the Guru; the Dharma, which is the actual refuge on which our own inner realizations, Dharmakaya, ultimate refuge, ultimate Dharma refuge. And the Arya Sangha, you can think of all the holy realized beings who have transmitted the teachings of the Buddha in ways that make it accessible for us. All the great scholars and so forth, the lineage lamas. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. Think about if we have a personal deity or particular connection with Tara or Chenrezig or so forth. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So abiding in that space of unobstructed space, like the sky free of clouds, the on a sunny day where it's just completely clear, can see everything clearly. All this sort of veils of our delusions lifted, knowing things as they are, the infinite potential of our mind. Fully arisen in the Dharmakaya aspect of the truth body, the wisdom body. With that vast, spacious mind, we can generate infinite, immeasurable thoughts of compassion, loving kindness, equanimity, and joyfulness. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to abide in equanimity, free from the closeness of attachment and the distance of hatred. May they abide in equanimity. I myself will cause them to abide in equanimity. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So imagine if you could, you would, you have the wish to take on all the disturbing emotions of all sentient beings, regardless of whether they help, harm, or do neither, which is the quality of the Buddha. and giving them to your self-cherishing thought, which is like a hard rock at the heart chakra, and it's smashing that to smithereens, softening our heart to others. With equal regard, non-partial, non-judgmental. The Buddha never criticizes, never judges, just lovingly regards all beings equally. Immeasurable loving kindness. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to achieve Buddhahood. May they achieve Buddhahood. I myself will cause them to achieve Buddhahood. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. For taking on this courageous attitude to determine to place all sentient beings in Buddhahood, transforming your body into a wish-granting jewel, which is the Dharma that gives every wish, everything they desire and need, from temporary and ultimate happiness, which is Buddhahood. So even our precious lamas, we see, Lama Yeshe and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche would, offer people a meal or so forth, so temporary, but ultimately offering the Dharma for their enlightenment. Skillful means. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they be free from suffering and its causes. I myself will cause them to be free from suffering and its causes. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So whatever understanding we have here of the Four Truths, particularly here, the first and second, the truth of suffering and the truth of the causes of suffering, or our karma, or our delusions, or our afflicted states of mind. Imagine that you could take that on for all sentient beings, freeing them of that. Of course, we know, Jesus Christ, nailed to the cross to take on the suffering of the world still suffers. The Buddha saying, I can't reach in and take away your afflictions. I can't implant my realizations. What I can do is show the way. So being that beacon of the Dharma, teacher of the Dharma. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were never separated from the happiness of higher rebirth and liberation. May they never be separated from these. I myself will cause them never to be separated from these. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So offering freely from your heart all your past, present, and future merits and their results up to and including enlightenment to all sentient beings, placing them in a state of bliss, liberation, joyfulness, and you rejoice in their rejoicing, their delight, their joy. Uplifting your mind, empowering us to continue to engage in the practice. So then turning to the prayer, liberating Sakya from disease. And turning back there to the part where we're reciting Om Mani Padme Hum, visualizing above the crown of every sentient being, Buddha Chenrezig, infinite altruistic compassion. Or if you're not familiar with the Buddha Chenrezig, then it can be whatever embodiment of compassion or the nature of all light, which is the infinite compassion, infinite, limitless compassion of all the Buddhas arising in that form, above everybody's crown, including yourself. And as we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, nectar and light descending down from the heart of that being, from the mantra, circling at their heart, Om Mani Padme Hum, mantra of compassion, coming through your crown, and their crowns, healing, soothing, pacifying, particularly the disturbances to the mind, but any disturbances in the body as well, physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, any harm, completely pacified. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 That light and nectar completely filling every atom of your body and every cell, every particle of your being, completely transformed, sane, infinite altruistic compassion, no obstruction, no negativity, no room for anything negative in your mind or in the minds of any sentient being. And this holy being above the head dissolves into light, which dissolves into you and to every being, connecting us heart to heart with the precious jewel, bodhicitta. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are due to life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. So thinking here about the fear and the anxiety and the overwhelm and the confusion, particularly, towards the beginning of this sort of COVID-19 spiraling out of control in the world, and how fortunate we are, as Venerable Palian was saying, the vaccine coming. Here we have in Australia, the vaccine has, as our health minister said, the eagle has landed. And so we've been having a couple of weeks, I think, from the vaccine. And interestingly, I was on a sort of round table discussion, or Zoom meeting, basically, with interfaith leaders, with the health minister and the doctors and chief medical people, about, sort of quelling all the confusion that people have, or the misguided views. So I was looking on our sort of national broadcaster chat line this morning about all the frequently asked questions coming up, and it's really clear, to be able to answer all of the fears that people have, or all the misinformations that people have, and thinking us as aspiring bodhisattvas, aspiring on the Mahayana path, having committed ourselves, having taken Mahayana refuge and even bodhisattva vows and so forth, to, from our side, do whatever it takes to benefit others, so of course here in Queensland people say, oh, well, there's not much COVID here. We're very fortunate that there's only been small pockets for quite some time, but we see how quickly it's out of control in other places. Here we have a travel bubble with New Zealand. I think it's spending more time closed than open, because sort of more cases come along, and we know how quickly it can take hold. These days we know how virulent and how quick it is to change, and so great fear arising. And these vaccines are maybe not perfect, but we're in samsara, so whatever benefit we can do by that, to protect ourselves, to protect others, actually. And then we saw the same fear around masks. Now they seem to have taken on a whole designer mode. You see all these different amazing designs of masks. Fantastic. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. So of course my mind always here turns to our precious gurus, our precious lamas, inseparable from the Buddha. But ourselves also having the best possible precious human rebirth, precious human body, on this basis, to be able to attain enlightenment, just like Lama Tsongkhapa in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. To become a Buddha, just like Thangtong Gyalpo, and through the power of our prayers, then becomes more powerful in actually quelling disease and famine and conflict. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So all the prayers of all the Sangha, monks, nuns, brothers, sisters around the world, this 24 hours throughout the whole time of the days of miracles, throughout the whole time of, since we started at the beginning, and all the merits ever arisen, be fulfilled. And then I thought it might be nice to read one of the prayers of the Buddha's past lives. We recite here in our morning practice. We alternate to these ones. Thought transformation, prayer of the Buddha's previous lives from Chu. When teacher Buddha Bhagawan was Prince liberating all on the path of the courageous ones, he gave away his son, daughter, and his kingdom. In the same way, may I be able to renounce without any sense of loss my family, friends, and possessions, which are so dear to me. When he was king, great courage, he fed the tigress with his own flesh. In the same way, may I be able to joyfully give this cherished illusory body to the hosts of Pishasha. When he was Prince Might of Love, he fed the yakshas with his own blood. In the same way, may I be able to give with compassion the warm blood of my heart, so difficult to cut, to the blood drinkers. When he was young water carrier, the son of a merchant, he liberated fish by reciting the Tathagata's holy name. In the same way, may I be able to practice giving the holy Dharma to the infinite beings destitute of Dharma. When he was Prince, great meaningful virtue, he was able to bear in gratitude with compassion. In the same way, may I cherish with great compassion those around me who disturb me with their ungratefulness and bad dispositions. When he was the Bodhisattva monkey, he rescued the evil man from the well. In the same way, may I benefit evil beings without discouragement and compassionately guide them without expecting favors in return. Alas, there is no one who has not been my mother and father, nor is there a moment of happiness in the realms of samsara. Therefore, may I be able to lead all my mothers, including the gods and demons who appear and exist from the realms of samsara. So then, final dedications. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantra Bhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication prayers praised as the best by all the gone beyond victors of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 3 types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Dragpa, shine resplendent forever. And for the long life of our precious lamas, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serves as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Sealing all our merits with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merit collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So that brings to conclusion our prayer-a-thon for this week. See you next week.